Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible to you? Nidhi, ma'am? I'm not able to hear you, ma'am.
Ma'am, if in case Nidhi ma'am can just plug out her headphones, the voice will be audible. Actually, at times the headphone doesn't support.
Yeah. Right, girls. Nidhi, ma'am, we're still not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
perfectly, ma'am.
Okay. So, right. Okay.
Should we start, ma'am? If you permit.
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the day 11 of the 15-day refresher program organized on the topic of new age teaching skills in higher education, organized by Jagran Lake State University, Bhopal and Droid Penal Group in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers Training, Ministry of Education, Government of India. We have amongst us as a resource person today, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, who's an associate professor at National University, New Delhi. Before handing over this mic to ma'am to actually address the gathering, I would like to introduce ma'am first. Dr. Nidhi Gupta has more than 25 years of teaching experience and training and research in law and judicial education in India and Europe. Before joining NLU Delhi, she was associate professor at National Law University, Jodhpur. At that place, she was executive director for Center for Advanced Research and Training in Arbitration Laws. She was also faculty advisor for the flagship journal of the Center, Indian Journal on Arbitration Laws. Dr. Gupta started her career in legal education in the year 1996. Soon after clearing the UGC NET examination, she joined the Department of College Education, Government of Rajasthan as a lecturer in 1996. She is taught in the Government College in Kota and Ajmer. She moved on from the government job to join National Law University, Jodhpur in the year 2006, where she served till 2008. She went to explore the world of judicial education in 2009 as she joined National Judicial Academy, Bhopal, the premier institution for training of judges. After 6 years of involvement with judicial training and education, she joined NLU Jodhpur again in 2015 to return to the world of legal education. She continues to be involved with the judicial education as a visiting faculty at the Rajasthan State Judicial Academy, Jodhpur. She has also been a guest faculty at Delhi Judicial Academy. She attended a summer course in international law from the Hague Academy of International Law way back in the year 1998. Her research experience includes visiting researcher at Unidroit, Rome, and Swiss Institute of Comparative Law in Switzerland, where she worked on projects relating to private international law, which resulted in significant publications, research fellowship at Catholic University, Brussels. She has been a guest faculty in the European Academy of Legal Theory, Belgium, and in many universities in Belgium and also in Denmark. Teaching courses on feminist legal theory and on the topics related to law, gender justice, and cultural diversity. She's also been a visiting faculty at National Law School, Ranchi, as well as National Law Institute, Bhopal. Teaching courses on private international law, jurisprudence, and criminal law. With her interest in gender issues, she gained substantial field experience in that area while working as a researcher in the Rajasthan State Women's Commission on deputation from the government of Rajasthan on a post sponsored by UNICEF. Her doctoral work extensively explores the issues of relationship between law, cultural diversity, and women's rights. She also has been involved in conceptualizing and conducting gender sensitization programs for judges and other professionals. She has participated and presented papers in many national and international conferences and has published extensively in national and international journals of repute. She has a vast experience of organizing various kinds of events and training programs for judges and other legal and non-legal professionals. She has also co-authored 2 monographs for international encyclopedias of laws, Kluwer Law International on private international law and on corporations and partnerships. In recent years, she has been writing extensively on issues relating to international commercial arbitration and conflict of laws. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor to have you amongst us. Without any further ado, I would kindly request you to begin.
Thank you. Thanks, Apurva, for this very detailed introduction. It was like supposed to be a brief profile, but yeah, okay. Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot. Okay. And it's like really a pleasure to be speaking again on this platform provided by JLU. I've been doing this, I've been like given this honor before also. So thanks a lot for inviting me. Okay. So a very good afternoon to all the participants who are participating or attending this refresher program. You are on your 11th day, so which is like almost towards the end of the program. So I think we have all become by the time very refreshed, right? So it's like an end of a refresher program. So I hope to keep you refreshed now also. I don't want to make it any kind of a lecture because we are all teachers. So it's not that I have to give you anything. I feel that refresher programs are more like a platform to brainstorm, to think, and to share our views also to some extent. So I would really request you to keep giving signs of life so that I'm not speaking only to screen. And I would really request you to make it as interactive as possible. I'll try my best from my side to provoke you to speak so that it becomes an interaction and not a monologue or a lecture, because I want it to be useful for myself also. I also want to learn from all of you all being teachers, especially the young teachers, so that we have some, so I get refreshed, right? Now, for my talk or for this session, I decided to have a very specific theme of challenges for higher education in post-COVID times, right? So I thought like we will just look at something as I don't know if it is already post-COVID times, because we keep hearing that a lot of COVID cases are still coming, but we are all presuming for peace of our mind that we are into post-COVID times. So that's why we thought we'll reflect. So I would want to call this session more as a conceptual rethinking or brainstorming. Now, my first question to start with, so that we all can participate and speak, is why should we at all be talking about challenges in post-COVID times? Isn't what we are required to do is COVID is over, let's go back to pre-COVID times? Do you think COVID has changed something for, especially for higher education, that we need to look into some new challenges for post-COVID times? I'll just elaborate a little more as to what I'm trying to say. One can say that one of the challenges is going back to pre-COVID times. That could be one way of saying it, that a challenge is that how do we return back to pre-COVID times? Another way of looking at it, and something which I want you all to reflect upon, would be, has COVID changed something for the world of education, especially the higher education, in a more permanent way, that we need to rethink the way we deliver or we address higher education? So that's my first question. That has, and in your view, has COVID changed something in such a sustained and in such a permanent way that we need to rethink the way we deliver education? Because we have this refresher program talking about new age. What is this new age? That's what I thought we should reflect on also. What do we mean by this new age? So anyone would want to pitch in here and say something that has COVID changed something in a more permanent way that we need to rethink our idea of education, especially higher education.
Ma'am, I am Dr. Judy Goswami.
Yes.
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Can you be a little louder, please? I think you have to increase, if it is possible.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Judy Goswami from Guwahati, Assam. I'm an assistant professor, JB Law College, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yep. Ma'am, as we are discussing the post-COVID, ma'am, my idea is that being academicians, we have noticed changes in the education system because over dependency on the online facilities have changed the system. Whole system had changed due to the over dependency on the online facilities or over dependency on the internet digitalizations. So, ma'am, I feel there is a need to discuss the challenges, ma'am, as we are discussing the challenges in respect of academia, in respect of post-COVID. Three things are there, ma'am. So I think, ma'am, we need a special discussion, and there is a need to discuss this issue carefully because the system of education has changed, especially in the respect of higher education as well. So, ma'am, I think that this is a very vital issue because the system of education has changed. We over dependence on internet facilities have changed the whole system. Therefore, ma'am, there is a need to discuss the challenges which will be differ from the pre-COVID to post-COVID, ma'am. What I feel.
Okay, now I would just taking lead from what you said. You said that there is an over dependency on online and internet, right? Now,
Yes,
should we take
yes.
it as a negative connotation? Would you mean that we are thinking of a post-COVID challenge? So one of the post-COVID challenge would be that we reduce our over dependency on internet and on online thinking. Is that what we are saying? What do we exactly mean by the word over dependency? I think this is something very important to think about. So you are saying something very appropriate and very right, that we are all bogged down by online, internet, right?
Yes.
And over dependency, you are using this term over dependency. But what does that mean? My question is, once again, I'm repeating the question. Let's go like in a very pedagogical way probably. When I say, let's first answer to this question. Let's first agree to this. That do you think COVID has changed something in a very sustained way? It is not merely about going to pre-COVID times, right? Post-COVID is not merely about return to pre-COVID times. Post-COVID means
Yes, ma'am.
reinventing things. Yeah. Now, what would that reinventing mean for us as teachers and for institutions? Right? What would that reinventing mean? So I would say now, to take a lead, you all would agree with me that COVID has changed things in a permanent, sustained way. Will you all agree with it, or is there anyone who would disagree with it? Let's first come on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone would agree with it. Anyone who would want to disagree? As lawyer, I really like people who disagree. So anyone who would want to disagree? No? We all agree on this, yeah, that COVID has changed things in a sustained way that we need to reinvent. Now, maybe that sustained way changing is that, as Dr. Goswami said, that we have an over dependence on internet, which means to say that this is something which is going to stay. This is something which is we are going to stay, that we will have now intrusion or encroachment of online platforms or online mechanisms in our education. So our education system is forever intruded or encroached by a new way of imparting education, or a new methodology, or of a new technique, whatever you want to call it, that is online education. So are we moving in a mode where we say all education has to become distance education? That's yet another question. So I would want to tag it as a challenge, that has COVID pushed us in a direction where we say all education is becoming online distance education. And we have this phrase, even if you look at NEP, there is this phrase of ODL, right? So are we moving towards a phase where we are now saying education has to completely become quote unquote ODL. Anyone else who would want to reflect on this? What way COVID has changed our way of approaching education in a more sustained way? Madam said, Dr. Goswami said that it is an over dependency on internet. And I would not make it judgmental in a negative sense. I'll say it's a fact to reckon with. It's a fact to reckon with that internet is now here for us to stay. Now, what implication does it have for a longer run or for us as a teacher? Anything else anyone want to put in? Change introduced by COVID over education and educational institutions in a more sustained way. Someone said, as of now, all autonomous colleges are working offline. All exams are offline. Very good. So is it return to pre-COVID times?
Mostly, ma'am.
Is it return to pre-COVID times?
Not totally.
Yeah. If not totally, then in what ways?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Shruti Nakarni
Yes,
from
please.
Law College.
Yeah.
I think one positive thing that has happened is that students also have become computer savvy. They have learned new ways of expressing. It is not just a written matter which they would come and read. Now they have started by compulsion or whatever. They have started presenting themselves in a better way. And I think that will help them in this new age world when they go ahead. Because now everything has become digitized and students are not far behind now. They learn, they have already learned these new tools of this. So also teachers. Otherwise, I don't think many of us would have ventured in various digital tools that we use now very easily. So that is one positive impact of COVID, I feel, that happened, that learning technology or learning digital tools in education.
Okay. So what you are saying is, okay, very nice. We had one view which was little like saying that we have over dependency on internet. There is another facet of it which Dr. Shruti has presented, says that everyone has become more computer savvy or everyone has become more technology friendly, right? So maybe one of the challenges for post-COVID times, can we present it like this, that how do we use this new skill of being technology friendly in our education? And what implication it has for us as a teacher? That is what is, see, I am ultimately coming to what is expected of us as a teacher, what skill is expected of us, and what skills are expected from the students to impart and to deliver. Right? This is what is very important. That's why I'm like going into this exercise, that what has changed. So Dr. Shruti said that change is that we are all computer savvy. Of course, it has a flip side, over dependency, right? So it is going hand by hand. And I think someone wrote in the messages in the chat that we can't definitely go to pre-COVID times. So returning back to offline exams does not mean that we are going back to pre-COVID times. Yeah, offline exam and offline colleges is not returning back to pre-COVID times. I'll come to that why. If anyone has an answer to that, maybe you can, but I think I'll come back to that. Anyone else who wants to say something about what COVID has changed in a sustained way? Yes, Dr. Negi.
Ma'am,
Go ahead, Priya, ma'am.
Yeah, Priya. Yeah, Dr. Shukla.
yeah, I just want to share that, ma'am. There is flexibility mode that is introduced.
Sorry, we can't
during
hear you
COVID.
properly.
Hello. Now you can hear me.
Priya, ma'am, please switch off your video and then maybe try with your audio. Then we'll be able to hear you properly.
Just a minute. I think I should remove this Bluetooth.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I just want to share my views on that. That flexible mode that is introduced during the COVID time, that is a very beneficial in somehow. So that's why people totally don't want to come back to the pre-COVID time, but somehow they want to flexible that. In some cases they want to come back, and some cases they want to opt this new situation. So I think that is the thing, according to me.
Okay. Now, Dr. Priya, as I can understand, I was not 100% able to listen to, but I think I got an idea. You are saying that we are now, very important point you are making, that COVID has told us that we need to be flexible. So what has changed in a sustained way is this, which is staring at our face, is the requirement to be flexible, right? Flexible with what? Flexible with teaching,
Ma'am?
learning methodologies.
Yeah, ma'am, can I add to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Vaishali Bilgi from Karnataka State Law University, Hubballi, ma'am.
Yeah.
And I would like to add that in a COVID time, because of COVID, we were introduced to a new channel of reaching out to the students.
Mhm.
We were using ICT at that time. Before COVID also, we were using ICT in the form of PPTs, etc. And it was
Mhm.
only restricted to the classrooms. Now, because of this COVID, we could means total digitalization happened into the education sector, wherein we went outstretched and we went online with our teaching methods. So that was one thing. And post-COVID, madam, that is, we have to understand that when COVID has taught us to be flexible, when we come back, it will not be a total normalcy to the pre-COVID times. Post-COVID times will be a it's a blended method of what you call as reaching out to the more larger number of masses by using a digital way of mode of learning, right? For example, the present FDP, ma'am, the present FDP itself, we are trying to learn through online mode only. So total offline and online mode blended method has to be adopted in this case, ma'am, post-COVID. So sustainability, that means ICT and digitalized way of online learning method is here to stay, but it has to be used in certain cases and certain normalcy has to be brought back again, ma'am. That is my view.
Now, let me say something a little sarcastically, and that I think that's I want to hit on that for all of us. We all are saying that we all have become very computer savvy during this COVID times. We all have learned to teach by PPTs, right? And I would want to put it with a mixture of sarcasm and on a lighter side, that post-COVID time should not be one of the challenges for teachers is that not to let the post-COVID times be adopting a teaching methodology where we are just reading out from the PPTs. I think one of the most important post-COVID challenge is that how to use PPTs that we prepared and used in online method in our in-person teaching learning, right? How to say that PPT is just our small tool in teaching learning. PPT is not the method of communication and learning. See, PPT, when it was envisaged, if you really go into the history of PPTs and all, it was supposed to be, if you go to the word, it was PowerPoint presentation. What you were supposed to have on a PPT is some bullet points, which were supposed to be a minor aid to be able to communicate what you want to communicate to the students. PPT was never meant to convert all your text into 120 PPTs and then read it out to the students. So I would say on a very practical level, and which I'm seeing all around, and one of the very big challenge for the teachers in the post-COVID times is not to be constrained by PPTs. I would want to put it like this, right? That we don't get trapped, constrained in the framework of PPTs where we are using PPTs only to read out what is written there. That's a one very, very practical challenge. And I think most of you will relate with me on that. I'm not saying that, but I think we all have to admit this, that this is, we see that happening all around. You ask the students, honestly, and students will very quickly jump on the answering this question, right? So that is one very important thing. Now, coming back to what we are calling about like a flexible mode, or what we are calling about hybrid learning, what we are calling about online distance and learning. I would want to say, if I want to put in a very abstract manner, that what is the biggest challenge for in post-COVID times for teachers and for educational institutions, if I put it in a one-line abstract manner, I would say one of the biggest challenge is to remain relevant as teachers and as educational institutions in physical form. I'm repeating it, and I want to hear what do you understand when I'm trying to say this. I would say for me, biggest challenge for teachers and educational institutions is in post-COVID times is to remain relevant in physical mode. Do you make sense of what I'm trying to say? Would anyone would want to elaborate on what I'm trying to say? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Remain relevant in physical form. We are back to offline exams. We are back to offline classrooms. But I'm saying that COVID has made us as teachers irrelevant. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We require to retain our identity once again post-COVID.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
We require to be ourselves, and we have to make use of technology, which is not going to be what you call as, you cannot totally do away with these things. You have to remain there, but still you have to be significant. Yourself and the way in which we are communicating remains to be significant. Our teachers, as teachers, we have to be relevant, ma'am. That is what I meant. I thoroughly go with your own this thing. I agree with your statement, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else who would want to like strongly react and be provoked by this statement that biggest challenge for us is to remain relevant? Anyone who sees that, no, this is not true, please come out. I'm seeing the biggest challenge for teachers, for us, is to remain relevant in today's world. Do you see that? Do you agree with that? Would you want me to qualify this statement? मैं ऐसा कह रही हूँ कि हमारा अब कोई मतलब नहीं रह गया टीचर्स का.
Okay, if I can say something.
Yes, please, yes.
Ma'am, one of the change, or one of the, you can say, important thing which we have realized during the COVID pandemic, COVID-19 and the lockdown, that students, they themselves have realized the importance of faculties and the importance of physical mode of teaching, because they know what are the limitations of online teaching, and if they are not meeting with the faculties one-to-one or face-to-face or in person. So they themselves have realized what are the drawbacks of not meeting to the faculty in person. Earlier, we had seen that they used to bunk a lot of classes, but post-COVID, they are more sincere, and not more sincere, but at least somewhere they are sensitized towards this particular, you can say, point that yes, faculty is essential in the teaching learning process. This is my.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Swati. Well, yeah, I would say, I would just want to slightly disagree with you here. Not disagree, but I would just want to like put a slightly different perspective here. And from my like background, in the sense like the law school background, like I have I'm more familiar with the law school background, which is they are supposed to be very elite institutions. And I saw in my background, I agree with you that the attendance in the classes is better. But if I want to be very honest with myself, and if I want to really introspect, I see attendance is better for one simple reason, that students now are realizing they can't cheat. So they have to write an offline exam. So that kind of a fear is bringing them to classes. That is what my assessment says. I may be completely wrong, and I would want you guys all to reflect on this. But I feel students are coming to the class because for the first time they are realizing that after 2 years now they have to get back to writing out of memory. So it is not really so much the relevance of the teacher, but more of this fear of writing an offline exam. Second, I saw in law school atmosphere, students want to come back to the class, to the college campus for the peer groups, not so much for the teaching learning. Their desire to come back to the college campus was more for peer learning, to be amongst other students, to be able to learn through the campus environment, through the college environment. And the component of being in the class and learning was not that high. I'm not saying it didn't exist at all, but we have to account for that component of learning from the teacher. At least in the law school scenario, I didn't see that it was so high. Third thing, I saw that this phenomena of willing to come back to class and learn was more amongst what we can call as quote unquote relatively underprivileged, who didn't have so much access to internet, or who didn't come from that background where they could have a room in their house which they can block for the whole day and do an online learning. But for the students who are coming from a more privileged background, those who are coming from a more elite background, this was not a problem. For them, they can just block a room. They have a room to themselves. They have a full-time flow of internet to themselves. So for them, this online teaching learning was not a problem. So I see this desire to come back to classroom or to college was more who didn't have this facility. Once again, I would not want to give so much credit to me or to us as teachers, right? So there are multiple factors. I'm not completely denying. So when I am raising this question of relevance in teachers, I think it needs to be little more than simply this fact that students want to come back to the campus. I don't think we can be in this complacency. See, unko pata unko samajh mein aa gaya, college ki कीमत पता चल गई, right? College की कीमत पता चली है, but then there are a number of other reasons in addition to willing to speak to the teachers. I'm not completely denying it, completely belittling it. So I think that is why it is a challenge, and that's why we need to talk about that. How do we enhance our relevance as teachers? That students' desire to come back to the college is where being present in the campus and being able to talk to teachers is not remaining limited only to a very small percentage of underprivileged students, and is not limited to those who just want to get away from home, right? That is what we are trying to look into, that when we say that we need to make ourselves more relevant, where coming back to college or in-person teaching learning becomes really the requirement. That's what we need to learn and need to reflect on. And also for students across economic classes, not merely for underprivileged. And that's why I initially said it as a disclaimer that I'm talking about law schools, because law schools, we have a good percentage of students in law school. We come from relatively elite background. So we will see only a very small percentage of students who are coming from relatively underprivileged background, for whom access to internet or a space in a house is a problem. There are not too many. So how do we become relevant for that larger section who are privileged? That another is a challenge, right? So I would say one of the most important, thanks Dr. Swati for saying this, one of the most important post-COVID challenge is, how do we remain relevant to that section of students who have no issues with online teaching learning, right? How do we remain relevant for that section who do not see online learning as a barrier? Online learning is a barrier for a good section because of access to internet and education. But then there is a very good section of very bright students for whom online teaching learning, on the contrary, is more advantageous than not advantageous, right? That is what I mean by how do we remain relevant. Now, to take it further, anyone else would want to pitch in before I take this further? Reacting to my statement that we need to make ourselves relevant. As teachers, we need to make ourselves relevant. Anyone else who would want to please react to this? Dr. Swati, you want to add something? Yeah.
If I can. Yeah, ma'am, during lockdown or the COVID-19, students, they were also exposed to so many other things. They learned a lot of new tools. They did a lot of other courses. So their exposure to things is also increased. So if we want to keep ourselves relevant for the students, then it is necessary for us to prove that we are also like refreshed like that. Like we are not following the old kind of teaching learning pattern, but we are also learned so many new things during the pandemic, which they also did. So I think that is the one way of maintaining our relevancy for or remain relevant for students post-COVID.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Singh, you would want to add something, want to say? Anyone who wants to add something before I move on? Because I think it's a provoking statement that we are no longer relevant. So how do we as teachers remain relevant? I think one of the most important post-COVID challenges is that teachers in person are not relevant. I want to put it in as extreme as possible. No? You all agree, disagree, indifferent?
Ma'am, can I say something to that?
Yes, please, Apurva. Yeah, please.
Ma'am, I think it's not only about the students, but the teachers themselves have also become very comfortable with the new normal, which we said about online teaching, right? We were, and I think I all will agree, and it's a little debatable topic, that all of us became very comfortable in our sense of rooms, our own bedrooms, taking away the lectures, and that sense of preparation which used to be required for an offline class was not that much relevant in the online classes, right? Because the presence you have to keep and the kind of interaction and engagement you have to keep is not there anymore in the online classes. So the comfort level which us as a teacher also has developed is something which needs to be worked upon, because everything works in moderation only.
Okay, thanks, Apurva. I'm really happy you make this very honest comment or a very honest statement. I don't know. I think people in heart of hearts would agree, probably would not want to agree, that we all see, or maybe what Apurva is saying is almost like an allegation, right? No, on a simpler note, she says that online teaching is like a comfort zone. Online teaching has made us, I'll give another word to what Apurva said, that online teaching has made us complacent, because now we don't have to face students' sleeping faces, or we don't have to get interrupted by the students. Everyone is indifferent. We just blurt out something to a screen without being bothered who's listening, not listening. Get back to saying koi respond hi nahi karta, koi sunta hi nahi hai. And the students are also happy, like teacher ko kabhi bhi mute kar sakte hain. There were a lot of these jokes going around that only problem with offline classes will be that you won't be able to mute your teacher anymore, right? In online classes, you can mute your teacher anytime, any moment. So you know what is happening, but you don't have to listen to anything. Right. So I don't know if anyone wants to react to this another very provocative statement by Apurva. Thanks, Apurva, for joining the bandwagon with me. She says that we are all in a comfort zone with online teaching. I want really all of you to reflect. Would you want to agree, disagree, or think that offline teaching as teacher also, is it more challenging for us? Is online teaching a comfort zone? First of all, very simple yes and no answer. Is online teaching a comfort zone for we as teachers also? Yes or no? Very simple yes or no.
No.
No? 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 Largely people disagree? Okay,
No,
let
ma'am.
me see more no's.
Yeah.
No? So why, anyone who's saying no, it's not a comfort zone, will you please be able to share why you think so? It's not a yes, everyone disagrees, Apurva, with us. Good. And as lawyer, I really like when people disagree, because that gives me more drive to argue. Yeah. Why no? Anyone who would want to say no, why no? Dr.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Anyone who would want to say why no?
Hello, ma'am. This is Nirila Sharma from Assam.
Yes.
Yes. I think offline classes are we are comfortable there because we have the face-to-face communication there, and we can know the problems of students directly. And whenever we take the online classes, sometimes they keep their phone on mute. That's why we do not know their problem. And sometimes we do not have the network clearly. That's why sometimes it becomes a challenges for teachers. But when we take the offline classes, it becomes very fruitful for us. According
Okay.
to me.
If I understand you properly, I don't know, there was some problem in hearing from at my end. Dr. Mridula, what you are saying is that
Yes, ma'am.
online teaching is not a online teaching is not a comfort zone because you don't get immediate feedback from the faces of the students. Can I put it like this? You are not able to connect to people whom you are teaching. Can we say, can I put words to, like, can I recapitulate what you are saying like this? That online teaching does not allow we as teachers to connect to students. So we can't call it a comfort zone because as teachers, for us, it is important to connect to students. This is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Shramik, yeah, please, Dr. Shramik, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say that as you have mentioned, some of the things that the online is very comfortable, some take it as ease. Students also very comfortable to take it into online mode as a very comfortable, as well as another issue was that the attendance issue related to attendance. The online people were very much into the attendance and into the offline mode. Let's say suppose they all are appearing in front, but either they are understanding everything or not. See, my answer to this is, when the offline mode was there, okay, we were not viewing everything. We were.
Sorry, I think we lost his connection with him.
Yes, I believe so.
Am I audible? Am I
Yeah,
audible?
yeah, now. Yes, please do. Yeah.
Yes. So my point is, while we were there on the offline mode, pre-COVID situation, and even today, the students are learning very finely. We connect to them very easily, and they are understanding each, and even they were bored of online teaching. Let me tell you, they had their own understanding that they are securing a less marks. In regards to MCQs and all, they were very bored of it. They wanted to come back to the college, but due to the COVID challenge, they were unable. As far as the universities has given a guideline that everything will be offline, we need to take the surveys of Google Meet, Zoom, that WebEx and all of these. No platforms are as of now are utilized into the India as of now. And I think that this is the only success we can measure through which each and every university is going through these crucial times. That there is no, and of course, it is a clear indication that there is no online teaching is going on as of now. About PPT, as you have mentioned, of course, the theory and all these things were not there into the PPT, and they are instilled during the time of online. Otherwise, it was just point formation of Blackboard and something. So I think, yeah, this difference is there. That PPT, point-wise PPT, and as of now, the theorems and diagrams, graphics, animations, all of them were added during the time of online. But as of now, we through Blackboard we are doing it. I think that offline mode has once again has made our identity that the teacher who is born as a teacher shall be able to retain all what you are saying about, that they can be able to retrieve all that things or become relevant,
Maybe
more relevant.
what we can say is, sorry, I'm intervening. What we can say is that for anyone, now to just reformulate what Apurva said and what we were trying to, like, as a provocation, what we can say is that for anyone who thought that teaching learning is about connecting to students, teaching learning is about communicating with them, for them, online teaching was not a quote unquote comfort zone. It may have been a comfort zone in the sense that you don't have to be bothered about anything. You just have your hour, you just speak out something, and then you go home and you don't care whether, and you can blame everything on students not listening in. But anyone who sees teaching as connecting to students, who sees teaching as communicating actively with students, online teaching was maybe a very boring thing to do. online teaching was comforting or non-comforting, but online teaching was not something which we see ourselves as teachers willing to do, because what we require is for us to be a good teacher. It is important to see human faces and to see that whether the communication is being received at the other end or not. Right? That is what is important. So we all agree that teaching is not about saying something, speaking something. Teaching is about connecting to your students, participants, audience, whoever it is. Right? So any communication is about connecting. And in case of teaching and case of it is about connecting to our students, which online teaching has limitations. I think we would all want to agree on that. So if we look at
videos are giving
sorry,
things, but recorded videos are communication.
Your voice is breaking, Dr. Shamik.
Yes, recorded videos are one-way communication only. Similarly, into the online mode also, there is very less interaction going on. Just due to which offline mode is definitely a suitable thing through which students can be able to learn.
Okay, right. So we all agree that COVID has changed something in a sustainable way. What is that sustainable way? Is that internet technology, ICT, is now a very, very important tool of examination, a tool of teaching learning that cannot be done away with. But at the same time, when we say post-COVID challenge, we also say that technology has its limitations, because what it does, as we know for all kinds of technology, the technology cannot replace human touch, which is necessary for any interpersonal communication. So we are becoming maybe irrelevant, but we are relevant because teaching requires a personal touch, human touch, right? But apart from that, I would still want to stick, and I would want you all, that's where I want to take to you. Online teaching definitely was very monotonous because we didn't know that what we are saying is being received or not. Yeah, so we all agree on that. As you said, face teaching is the way of understanding whether they understand or not. Students were missing social groups and interaction with their friends and teachers, which missed for long. That's what I said, that students want to come back to campus for maybe peer group social life. And that's what we all agree, that they miss being in their own peer group. They miss being pampered. Many students told me, the problem at home is that you get all three meals properly in time. You don't have a choice as what you want to eat. You want to go to mess and eat. So they were getting too much food. You know, some students said, ma'am, being at home is that you get too much food. So just on a lighter side, that you're not able to use your agency as much as you can use in your own social environment. So the growth is stunted because at home you remain in a very, very protected environment. And that protected environment then continues 24/7. So many students felt that in online learning, being confined to home was not good for growth, personal development, self-development of the students, right? Now, obviously, instant feedback through eyes, either they understood or not. So it's more like human communication. Now, let me move on to this. I would say now to something very, very concrete in terms of, if we are looking at COVID times, post-COVID times, technology is there to stay. We have used it. I just said that technology has its negative points in terms of we are making too many PPTs and using PPT. Now, let me put it yet another very abstract statement or holistic statement. I say, when we say that, Dr. Swati said at point that we have to rethink, we have to be refreshed. We can't be using our old ways of teaching learning. Now, I want all of us to reflect on what do we mean by this old ways of teaching learning, and what would be the new way of teaching learning that we want to adopt. First of all, I want you all to reflect and please come out with this phrase: traditional ways of teaching learning, old ways of teaching learning. What does that mean to you? What does that, if you have to explain to someone or this phrase, traditional ways of teaching learning or old ways of teaching learning? How would you give words to it? Anyone, just think for 5-10 seconds and tell me, if I want you to explain this term, traditional ways of teaching learning, how would you
Ma'am, may
explain
I?
that? What
May
does
I?
that mean to you? Yes,
Madam,
yes, ma'am.
good
Yes.
afternoon. Madam, good afternoon. This is Dr. Meenakshi Jayakumar from Chennai.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah.
I'm a musician. So as far as we are concerned, the old method of teaching is like Gurukula pattern. After the Gurukula, they have changed the pattern to institutionalized based method of teaching, where the teacher will be given a syllabus and the students will be taught the syllabus. In those days, the students will go to the teacher and teacher whenever he feels like, and whatever he feels like he will teach. There is no hard and fast rules for the guru to teach this thing, that thing, like that. But now, after the curriculum pattern when we started, we are bound by the syllabus. As a teacher, I have to teach these many varnams to the students, or these many items to the students, according to the way, whether it is Bharatanatyam or instrument, like that. So traditional way of teaching is completely changed nowadays. Now nobody goes to, depending on the teacher, goes to the teacher's house and learning. All now we stand up and teach, students are sitting and listening. So teachers, we give respect to the students, and the students will ask, we are paying the fees, you are supposed to teach us. So this thing is separate. When we come to the method of teaching, it is completely different. Students are telling you, just give us recording, we will learn and come back to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, ma'am raises a very, very important point and a very important dimension to this term traditional way of teaching learning, right? And what this important dimension is, thanks, ma'am. We need a completely separate discussion on this. The very interesting topic of Gurukul method of teaching and institutionalized method of teaching. We need a very sustained discussion on this idea of students being consumers, consumerization of education, as we call it, or commercialization of education, as we call it. So I think that's a very interesting and a very important point to reflect on, that this idea, and this, for me, this I relate a lot to this, because NLUs, most of the NLUs, National Law Universities, we have constantly been seeing that teachers are being paid out of the student fee. So maybe there is no state funding, there is nothing, no sustained grant coming from the governments. So you have to be like self-sustained institutions. So self-sustained institutions means you run a program which is revenue generating program, and the teachers get paid out of the student fee. And students tend to take it that if a teacher is not teaching well, or if the students are not satisfied, then they will say, hey, you are getting paid out of our money, and we are supposed to get a return from what we are being, for what we are paying. So more of a consumer mindset, as we can call it. But I will not delve into it longer or much deeper, because I think that's a completely separate topic of discussion, consumerization of education. Maybe Apurva, we can have one. Yeah, no, just a second. Let me complete what Professor Jayakumar raised, a very important point. When I use the word traditional way of teaching, when Dr. Swati said, or many of us, especially from social sciences, when we talk about traditional way of teaching, we use the word traditional way as a negative connotation. And we see that moving towards more refreshed modern ways of teaching learning as a progressive moving forward method, which is required in current times. Professor Jayakumar said something very important, where she is using the word traditional way of teaching as a very positive connotation. Right? Her way of saying, Professor Jayakumar, traditional way of teaching is more progressive than the modern way of teaching, where you are like confining teaching to some kind of consumerism, prescribed syllabus. You are curtailing the autonomy of the teacher, right? And I do agree that in many of these disciplines, this Gurukulam method probably is more appropriate. But without giving an answer, I would want to raise one more very important point, which I think we all face as teachers, which is very important to reflect as compared to Gurukul method and institutional method. We all talk about holistic development of students. We all talk about institutions to be involved in the holistic development of a ward, of a child, of a learner or a student. But in current times, especially in higher education, when we are dealing with 18 plus, can we be responsible, or can we be considered even willing to be responsible for moral growth or the moral teaching of the students? Or as teachers, are we not supposed to maintain a distance from the moral self-growth of the students? I'll take a very, very common example of this, I think, which we will all relate to. Once again, not being judgmental. Very important thing is we are not supposed to be at all judgmental about behavior of the students on the campus, about the way they behave, way they carry themselves, what they do in their personal life, because they all say we are all adults. We are, what kind of dresses we are wearing, what kind of relationships we are having, what kind of, like, no one is supposed to morally, quote unquote, judge them or train them, right? Gurukulam was essentially about discipline, and discipline which is holistic discipline. Now, as teachers of higher educational institutions, can we say that we have to be considered responsible for holistic growth of the student, which involve their social and moral growth? I think that's a very big question mark for all of us, isn't it? That one very important difference of Gurukulam method and institutions, what we have as a modern institutions, we have to be concerned only about the classroom and the teacher. Can we be concerned about their personal lives? They are 18 plus, they're adults, right? That's a very, very, and I think we keep raising this question, keep asking this question in Indian setting much more as compared to we do in the Western setting. Sorry, Dr. Shamik was raising hand again. So can you please, yes, sir. What did you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. Now, I want to add one thing that the question, as far as I understood from you, is what will be after the, let's say, post-COVID situation, what will be the way through which we can, because it is not as same as it was pre-COVID times. As of now, the students are continuously, they are involved into the interestful teaching. We are putting some additional references. We are putting some additional graphics. We are giving additional examples. And due to which students are very used to it. As of now, when we are come back to the traditional method of teaching, as of now, we are not utilizing it. I think that every teacher should do all that thing which they were doing into the online mode. That is additional references, critical evaluation of all those sources, the example which they were going during the time of online teaching. All of these should be continued, because एक बार एक आदत लग जाती है, फिर उसके बाद आप फिर वो सब दोबारा पुरानी सिचुएशन में आ जाते हो तो बच्चे बोर हो जाएंगे. I think this is my view.
Okay, now once again, taking from like one angle which Professor Jayakumar gave us, and I'm really happy that Professor pitched in and said that traditional way is not always something with a negative connotation. For some disciplines, traditional way of teaching learning can also be for a positive connotation. So, but then presuming that we are focusing more on social sciences or more on other disciplines where we see traditional method as a negative connotation, and we want to move in a more progressive, refreshed direction where we want to move towards a new method of teaching learning, can I say that traditional way of teaching learning, when we want to take it as a negative connotation, and as Dr. Shamik also tried to put it, that our role as teachers now no more related or restricted to imparting knowledge to the students. Can I say that our role is no longer restricted to imparting knowledge and information to students? Can I say that earlier, maybe in our old, when we say Dr. Kumud has written that we have to move from way of making students only cram. When we say that someone will cram something, what will someone cram? Someone will cram the information, right? Someone will cram that when we are saying that knowledge is only information. So I would want to put it like this in a more structured way, that when we are talking about traditional ways of teaching, maybe what we want to make a paradigm shift is from the situation where teaching is seen only as imparting knowledge to the students, to the learners. And what does it mean when we say imparting knowledge? We want to say knowledge is equivalent to giving information to the students, right? So what we say, traditional way of teaching is only giving knowledge and information to the students. And when we say we have to move away from giving knowledge and information, then my again question is, when we say we have to move away from this, where do we have to move to? Move away from knowledge, information sources to what? Anyone would want to give words to it? Move away from sources of knowledge and information to what?
May I say so?
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
It's whatever I said and Dr. Shramik has said, it's in the context of practical subjects. Like, for example, I am teaching journalism and communication. And in communication, I teach radio broadcasting. So it's about production of radio programs. So it was totally impossible during the lockdown because we were not using studio facilities. But what positive thing I see, I had realized during the lockdown, that students, they are very creative. So they use their smartphones to produce programs, and it was very difficult for them to cooperate with each other, but they did it. They worked in a team and they produced very good quality programs, radio programs, by using their smartphones. So these are some of the things which we can consider as a self-learning. They learn by using their own, you can say, tricks or whatever they used for making the program. So that is one thing. So online was difficult for us, like teachers like us who teach practical oriented programs. And as Dr. Shramik said, that students, they were also bored, and they are very sensitive, or you can say they are very aware about their future. They normally talk about after completing graduation, we want to get admission in a post-graduation, we want to go abroad. And in that case, our CGPA, SGPA that matters a lot. And online, in online teaching, we are not getting good marks. So that is a one suggestion which, or you can say one concern which came to me from students. And second thing, what I said, we have to you can say give them something very new, because they were exposed to a lot of things during the lockdown. They learned a lot of new things. They participated in many activities. So it is necessary for us to be at their level. And when I talk that we should leave the traditional way, so during lockdown, when I was teaching a radio production subject, so we invented new methods to teach radio production through online, because we were not using studios. So that was something new which we invented during the lockdown as a teacher, though that is not documented, the entire process. But students, they are they are now, you can say, they learn through that. And they expect, probably they will expect that we will use same when we will come to the classrooms, and that process. So that is my sense when I'm saying that we have to, when we will face or teach students in classroom. So we will, it is necessary for us teacher to come with some new ideas of teaching. That is my
Thanks,
submission.
Dr. Swati. Very important points you made. And once again, if I would just recapitulate whatever you have said and like to put it in other words. Now, what ma'am has said is, especially for her course, especially for her domain or discipline, she says she teaches journalism. And obviously, there is very little in terms of theory or the knowledge in journalism. So what is core element of her teaching learning is skills, right? So what she is teaching is what her course essentially involves is imparting skills to the students. And maybe what we can say for the other disciplines which are maybe not so skill oriented, that is one. See, not every discipline is skill oriented, right? We have different kind of disciplines where we can say in some disciplines dominance is that of knowledge. In some disciplines, dominance is that of skills. In those disciplines where dominance is that of skills, of course, they suffered big time during online teaching, because imparting skills through online method is difficult, right? But for those disciplines where knowledge is dominant, probably they got into that form where they could form certain PPTs and impart knowledge and information. And I think that became, for those knowledge dominated disciplines, that post-COVID or the COVID became biggest challenge. Why? Because as you said, ma'am, very rightly, that students have more exposure. Students are much more smarter. They know, they are very apt with the technology. They know how to invent, reinvent, use and reuse technology. So for those disciplines where knowledge is an important component, I think one of the most important challenge is that we do not remain restricted to knowledge, or let's see, we understand that our role as imparters of knowledge, as those who are sources of information, is now come to almost zero, because student does not need to come to now a teacher in person to get only knowledge and information. So what has changed in the COVID times is that human beings, persons are not required merely to get information and knowledge. So teaching and learning has to move towards now essentially in the direction of how to use that knowledge, how to process that knowledge, how to understand relevance of that knowledge. So I think that is a very big challenge that has emerged for teachers. Is, first of all, I would want to put it like this, that first important challenge for us is to understand, to accept that teachers, human beings in person, are not required merely to impart knowledge and information. And I think if we want to use this connotation, traditional ways of teaching and learning, old ways of teaching and learning, where teaching and learning in a time when technology was not present or technology was not used in such an extensive way, their role of a teacher was more about आपने 4 जगह से research किया, 4 किताबें पढ़ी, 4 जगह से आपने material इकट्ठा किया, and then you are passing on that information to the student. So that is one of the very big changes, is that all teaching learning, irrespective of the discipline, has to become skill oriented. I would want to put it like this, right? And then I will explain now what I mean by skill oriented. That does not mean that I am trying to say that all kind of education has to become vocational education, because the moment we say skill, the thing that comes to our mind is, oh, okay, are we saying that we have to all become vocational educational institutions? That all we have to do is that we impart skills and the role of the knowledge and information is gone. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, when we are talking about skills, there are a lot of skills which we call intellectual skills also. Now, what is intellectual skills? So I think that is one of the biggest challenges for institutions of higher education and also for teachers from the higher education, is to see our roles as no longer givers of the knowledge, but our role is, our requirement is to enable students develop intellectual skills. Now, what is that intellectual skill? Dr. Kumud said critical thinking. She has written in her chat that no critical thinking. So probably I can put it like this, that we have to develop this idea of critical thinking skills. So I think in my view, one of the most important post-COVID challenge for a teacher when we want to reinvent ourselves in disciplines which are intellectual disciplines is to develop intellectual skill. And what is that intellectual skill? Is to develop analytical, critical skills, and in terms of developing our writing skills. And it's not, I am not saying it, you all are saying it. I'm just putting it in different words, what you all are saying. So that's what I said, is I probably don't have anything new to lecture, in the sense we all know it. We just have to talk about the obvious, which we all know in heart of hearts, right? So when we are talking about post-COVID challenge, I would say one of the most important issue for us is, as Dr. Shramik also said, that maybe in online, we were giving them more than what we could give in the classroom. Now, what is that more? Some are saying that we are in the comfort zone. That's one way of looking at it. Other way of looking at it is that maybe we were able to use technology much more efficiently, and we want to go on using that technology efficiently in a classroom. So maybe we all want now smart classrooms, where in the offline teaching also, we can use those technical methods that we were using in online teaching and combine it with all the virtues of physical teaching. So I think what we need to do in post-COVID challenge for institutions and as well as also for the teachers is to be able to combine advantages of physical teaching and the online method. That's another thing, because no one can replace human beings. Robots cannot replace human beings. We all know that. Communication, teaching, learning can never depend only and only on technology, right? But what is a very important post-COVID challenge is that how do we use what someone said is a blended way of teaching? What is that blended way of teaching? That we remain as important sources who can tell student what is the relevance or value of a particular piece of information that is being given, how to process that information, how to use that information, how is that information relevant for their maybe the future professional life or for their day-to-day life, if at all we want to say it, how that information can be processed through skills. So maybe I would want to say that if you want to talk about moving from the older methods of teaching to newer methods of teaching, if I want to put it in like some statement, I will say older methods of teaching was merely about knowledge. I would want to argue that newer methods of teaching are about combination of 3 elements. Those 3 elements, in my view, is a combination of knowledge, skills, and attitude. I would say a newer method, what we have to all look, we have to like move towards a combination of, once again, I'll say 3 components: knowledge, skills, and attitude, right? No discipline can only be about knowledge. No discipline can only be about skill. It has to be an ideal combination. In some disciplines, knowledge part will dominate, and there we have to focus more on intellectual skills. Some domains, skill part will dominate. And then we have to say, how do we adequately bring in knowledge part? I'm coming to this third component, attitude. Before that, I want to ask you one question, all of us which want to reflect. Do you think there's a difference between professional education and vocational education? I want to speak about it in relevance of knowledge and skills. Do you think there is a difference between professional education and vocational education? If I want to translate it into a concrete example, do you think there would be a difference between an electrician and an electrical engineer? Do you think there would be a difference between an electrician and an electrical engineer? And if yes, what would be that difference? A difference between an electrician and an electrical engineer. Anyone who would want to reflect on that? I'm speaking it from the perspective of professional education and vocational education. Role of knowledge and skills.
Madam, electrician has more skills as compared to electrical engineer, but electrical engineer will have more knowledge as compared to the electrician.
So can we say that electrician is more about skills, very little about knowledge?
Yes, yeah? Yes, that is there.
Doing things, whereas an electrical engineer has to be a very adequate combination of knowledge and skills, and probably we can say the knowledge component can dominate. Can we say that? Would you agree with that?
Yes, it is there. Even if we compare this, teaching in polytechnics and engineering colleges, then we may say that the percentage of theory to practical is 40-60 in polytechnics, but in engineering it may be 60-40. That is, say 60% theory, 40% practice. In ITI, it may be say 20-80. That is 20% knowledge, 80% skills. So it varies like that. That is, as we go from certificate level to diploma to degree to post graduation to PhD, then the skill component goes on decreasing, but the knowledge component goes on increasing.
Okay. Now, would you be able to apply it same way in social sciences? Let's say we talk about social sciences. Can we say, now someone will say that social sciences is not about skills at all. It is only about knowledge. Would you agree with that?
No, no, it is the skills and the knowledge, both of them are go hand in hand.
Right. But will we say that the knowledge component dominate? And as teachers, for us, the challenge would be that how do we bring in skill component in social sciences?
See, as I said, it is going hand in hand. It means that without knowledge, you cannot progress for the skills, because skills are they are the practical skill. Let's say I'm from the history. Let's say if the person is about to proceed for the archaeology, he should be having a theoretical knowledge. He should be having some practical knowledge to do the excavation and explorations. If he cannot relate it with the theorems, he cannot be go ahead for those skills which are useful for practically doing excavation and explorations. I'm just relating this one.
Can I
with the social science.
restate what you are saying in a probably in a like more abstract, in a more precise way? Can we say that conceptual knowledge, when we are talking about higher education, when we are talking about a combination of knowledge and skills, can we say that higher education is about why we are doing what we are doing, whereas is vocational skills will be only you do things. It does not require a larger reflection as to why you are doing what you are doing. You're just doing something, obtaining a certain result, right? So if you put a nail on a wood, it will join the two pieces of the wood. So all you know is that a nail will join two pieces of wood, or nail will have a particular purpose. But why certain thing has to be done? Why is it being constructed? Why nail is getting into the like what kind of force, probably a skill is required, but conceptualizing that use of force, that will be more a knowledge part.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I think we saw a very important event happening yesterday in Delhi, in Noida. There was this demolition of Twin Towers. Right. And there were demolition engineers who were behind planning all this. And then there were workers on the ground who made that demolition happen. Do you see the different role of both the sections? Team of demolition engineers who designed completely how this demolition will happen. And then there were team of workers who executed that demolition. Do you see the difference of knowledge and skills?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you see the difference between both?
Yeah, application
Probably
part
only with those who have been doing demolition. Probably they would not have been able to sit down on the drawing board and conceptualize completely how that demolition will happen, what will be its impact on the environment, surrounding, what kind of impact it will carry. So a complete drawing board exercises probably would not have been possible by a demolition worker. That could be done only by someone who has been to a higher educational institution and has learned construction civil engineering and can know what demolition and explosion and explosives can work about. Right? You see the complete difference between the two, right? So when I say higher education, we have to focus not only on knowledge, we have to focus on knowledge and skills, but we also have to understand an appropriate combination of knowledge and skills. Now, let me come to the third component, which I say attitude. Now, in current times, I said some time ago that we talk about Gurukul form, which is like more about like complete discipline. In the current times, in the modern times, do you think attitude has any role to play in education, in higher education? Can we deal with attitude of 18 years old plus, 18 plus? Should attitude at all be a component of higher education? And when I'm saying higher education, I also mean professional education, right? I'm not merely saying higher education in terms of like graduate, undergraduate, non-professional degrees. Do you think attitude has a role? As teachers, can you impart attitude to 18 plus? Yes or no? Or it's an unnecessary element? And I think that's what makes us most relevant. I think in online teaching, that is the biggest sufferer, that we can't observe the attitude and the body language, which can only be done in a physical mode. And that is what makes us most relevant. I think what makes us most relevant as teachers is our ability to devise a right combination of knowledge and skills, and then to physically impart attitude to the students, to the learners. And what is this attitude in a higher and a professional education? Anyone would want to reflect on this component of attitude in higher and professional education? Or completely unnecessarily मैं कोई fancy term ऐसी जबरदस्ती बोल रही हूँ? Can we give words to it? No? Okay, let me just give a leading question. For a long time, I used to think, like this, I used to think that anyone can teach. I really used to think, because in law, especially in law schools, you know, NLUs thoda change hua hai, but in like in our Rajasthan University or in traditional law schools and all, we used to have many a times lawyers coming to teach. Yeah. So I used to think that anyone who knows law can teach. Gradually, as I moved more into teaching and I like grew in that after moving into teaching, I realized, and when a lot of lawyers used to come to teach in the class, I realized that no, lawyers, not everyone can teach. You can't say that every lawyer who knows law can teach. So I grew, then gradually I started realizing that teaching community, teachers have a very great importance, and not everyone who is well versed with the domain can teach, because teaching requires a very specific attitude. Teaching as a profession requires a very specific attitude. Does that say something to you about importance of attitude in teaching learning? Would you agree or disagree when I say every discipline and profession requires a very specific attitude?
Yes, teacher. Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes. Yes.
In what way?
See, as a teacher, both skill and knowledge both are required, plus the attitude of right attitude of handling the class patiently. Also, attitude of giving something, not losing the expectation from the student, and trying to enhance their knowledge continuously with new, say, pedagogy type skills or something. Trying to handle them in the manner which the students are, like all the students are not of the similar type. And after this COVID-19, after that online classes and all that, we have faced some different things in the students, like they get distracted due to the lots of many their time they are consuming, or they are giving to the mobile phones as distracted their way of studying.
In fact, you know, just to intervene here, in mental health cases, we are getting now a lot of cases of distraction disorders. It is becoming a mental health issue. If you go to UGC guidelines of 2018, they have introduced in mental health symptom as distraction disorder.
Yes,
very interestingly, yeah.
Yes. So in that manner, the challenge of getting the students back to the flow of studying and making them realize that study equally and enhancing your knowledge is more important. If you're using the social media, it's okay, but then using up to a certain limit and making use of that for your studies purpose is more better. Because here also in the during online also we were using the WhatsApp groups for sending the messages, for sending the whatever the e-contents and the study materials. We were also using the making use of the media for that purpose. But from student point of also to make them realize that using this platform for your own benefit or for your own enhancement of knowledge is more important. So keeping that right attitude and not losing your patience actually better.
Exactly. You see, once again, now just to, I'm sorry, just to intervene here, Dr. Sonali, just to wrap it up like this particular point. When we are talking about, thanks, this is very important inputs. What we are trying to say is there are two things. One is when I'm talking about attitude. Every profession requires its own attitude. So for example, if I continue taking my example of a lawyer and a law teacher, right? If I make this difference, probably a lawyer would see his or her role as would be coming and telling the students how to use this information in problem solving. I can't expect lawyer to have the same attitude who willingly, unwillingly see himself or herself as responsible for holistic growth of the students. I can't see a lawyer trying to understand each individual student's customized needs for teaching and learning, right? All I would see is a lawyer would be coming and telling students, see, this is the law. This would be the real problem. This is how you apply law to the real problem. And this is how you solve the problem. I do not see a lawyer to be as matured, as patient, to be able to connect at an individual human level with every student, right? So that mentoring role as more as a parent, every teacher has this element of a parental role, whether we like it or not. Howsoever our students detest it, but that is inbuilt, right? So I think I see a teacher that way different from any other professional. So I would say a teacher, when he goes to even a doctor, when he sees the patients, when he goes to a medical college to teach, right, would have to adopt a different attitude within the same profession. Same way, every profession requires its own specific attitude, right? We say a doctor is a good doctor, maybe not because he or she treats you well, because he also is a good listener, right? He listens patiently. You go to a counselor, what is the attitude required? That he or she should be an absolutely good listener, should speak less and listen more. Listen and synthesize the information, right? So I feel that this is integrally inherent in every profession, that every profession requires a specific attitude. And I feel that that cannot be given without in-person connection with the students. And I think the biggest relevance for teachers is, and in the current post-COVID times, is that we have to see our roles as not merely those, I'm repeating, who give information, but those who are able to adequately combine these three elements in their education: knowledge, skills, and attitude. And that would be a paradigm shift. And the one last point I want to make in terms of examination, that is one of the biggest post-COVID challenge, which we learned during COVID, is how to conduct open book examinations. One very last, like a very methodological, pedagogical point that we want to make, because we all saw during COVID times that the most difficult thing was to evaluate, assess, conduct examinations. We had all these things of proctored examinations, right? But now we need to move towards open book examinations. And of course, open book examination cannot merely be, as Dr. Kumud said, arising out of cramming, and they cannot merely be straight questions where you are required to reproduce information. What you have to and test students would be for their understanding process of education and also producing it with the right attitude. And I think that's one very big challenge that we all have to face as teachers, that how do we evaluate our students when they have plethora, or when they have really an ocean of information at their hand, and when they also have all access to information. How would we want to teach? So one most important thing students have got used to is that online mode of examination, right? And I think our education system in India in general, we didn't adopt to our examination system to more open examination. So I think that's yet another challenge I would want to point out as educational institutions, as teachers, that how do we make online teaching more effective by adopting open book examination. So I would just want to finish by saying two important points now at the end. First point, one most important post-COVID challenge is how do we reinvent ourselves and create our relevance as teachers? For me, answer to that would be by incorporating three elements in our education: knowledge, skills, and attitude, right? Second important post-COVID challenge for India, and everywhere, more so in India, is if we want to also adopt ODL as a method of teaching. If we say internet is here to stay, if we say technology has advantages by reaching out to masses and by giving more access to people, then we have to adopt a new method of evaluation and assessment of the students who are in ODL method, That is one very big challenge for our teaching system, that how do we formulate questions? How do we approach our syllabus that we allow students, or we can test our students in more open book examination, and which will fall into their critical thinking, which will fall into their analytical skills, will fall into their better writing skills, right? So I think this is what I would want to say, or please add more if you want to add. Is more than welcome, please.
Ma'am, I think that, thank you so much for this enlightening lecture. I mean, we always talk about that what are the problems, but we do not focus on what the real challenges one has. I mean, talking about problems in the legal, not even legal education, but higher education per se, we've forgotten what normal has been and what actually has challenges to perform more better. Right, today we were able to highlight some of the points through which we are able to understand and analyze where we were actually lacking and how we can improve ourselves. Thank you so much for the enlightening session, ma'am. And before we end up the session, I request everybody to kindly switch on the camera so that we can have a group virtual photograph. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Anything that you'd want to add or say, like as someone who has not spoken would want to speak or say something towards the end? We can just take one more minute, two more minutes.
We can take 1 more.
Anything anyone would want to add? No?
Ma'am, it was very versatile lecture. I think that with the discussion, we have learned a lot. We have share our thoughts, and also you have, with a great direction, we have reached to some place. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't say anything new, as I said. It was more about like you all saying something, and then I was every time recapitulating it. So it was basically giving words to your thoughts and expressions.
But the direction was absolutely on the target. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And Dr. Jayakumar, we should have another discussion on Gurukul and institution. That's something very interesting that we should talk about here.
Thank you, madam. It was a wonderful session. We learned a lot from you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks, Apurva. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you with us, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
आप ये देखिए
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, we are waiting for a few more participants to join. They will be starting like after 5 minutes, ma'am.
Sure, not an issue. So they're done with session 1 of the day?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are done with session 1. Good afternoon, ma'am. With your permission, I am starting with the session, ma'am.
Please do, please do.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone present here. I, Ongmula Bhutia, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, Jagran Viksit University, Bhopal, on behalf of the organizing team, would like to welcome our speaker for today's session, Dr. Ashwini, Founder, Director of Mukta Foundation. I would also like to welcome our dear participants on day 11, session 2 of this 15 days online refresher course. Moving ahead, I would like to introduce our today's guest speaker, Dr. Ashwini, to you all. Dr. Ashwini is the founder, director of Mukta Foundation, which is an organization committed to preventing interpersonal violence and promoting mental health. She is also the curator of the project called Say Yes to Wellness. She is a gold medalist in postgraduate studies in psychological counseling and holds a PhD in psychology pertaining to self-inflicted burns among Indian women. She was earlier a faculty member in the postgraduate department of psychological counseling, psychology at Montfort College and Jain University, Bangalore. She is a counseling psychologist with practice and research interests in the area of intervention and prevention of interpersonal violence, such as intimate partner violence, child abuse, bullying, etc. She was recognized as one of the 10 leaders under 30 from across the globe for her idea titled Focus, Formula to Foster Mental Health in Low and Middle Income Countries at St. Gallen Symposium, Switzerland in May 2015. Mukta Foundation was appreciated by Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel Peace Prize winner, for its collaboration with Young Indians of Confederations of Indian Industries for the Project Masoom, a nationwide initiative to prevent child sexual abuse in September 2017. She is the recipient of Rotary Bangalore's Vocational Service Award of 2018 and 19 for her work in the area of training and promotion of mental health. In the year of 2019, she directed a campaign titled Child Safety National Priority,
where she traveled non-stop for 90 days from January 1st to April 1st, 2019, to all the 29 states and 3 union territories to conduct over 150 training sessions on prevention of child sexual abuse, thereby becoming the first person to have done this consecutively in the country. In the last decade, she has conducted over 2,000 plus training programs about the prevention of interpersonal abuse and violence and the promotion of mental health. Ma'am, we are very happy and lucky to have you with us today, and I request you to kindly address the gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such a warm welcome, ma'am. And I see that we are a good 46 of us, and I sincerely hope that we'll have an enriching time together. I know this is the second day of the second session of today, and how long has been the program for?
Ma'am, today is the 11th day, ma'am.
Okay, today is the 11th day. And what are the backgrounds of the participants, ma'am? Are they coming from any particular stream or?
No, ma'am. No.
Diverse.
We are having, yes, diverse.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. So just give me about a second's time. I wish to share my PPT. Ma'am, it's saying that, you need to permit me.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you all able to see the screen? The participants?
Yes,
yeah, great then. So good. So the session of today that I'll be handling is titled Teachers as Transformational Leaders. We are told that we are knowledge leaders, no doubt about it, but then even beyond knowledge, we could also be playing a role of changing lives of the students and transforming even the organizations that each one of us are part of. So I'll be talking about teachers as transformational leaders using a particular model. I think my slides I'm not able to share. Just give me about a second's time. Okay. Are you all able to see my screen?
No, ma'am.
Not yet, is it? Okay,
yes.
Just a second. How about it now?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Yeah, great. Sure. So, like I said, I'm going to focus on teachers as transformational leaders. And then I'm going to use this particular model that's proposed by this organizational behaviorist by name Jim Collins. And I'm going to apply that levels of leadership to how could we as teachers transform ourselves as transformational, the leaders. Look at this. This is the slide that I don't mind if you take a screenshot or if you remember or write it down, because everything I'll be speaking going forward, it's going to be based on what's available on this particular slide. So what I'll be doing is each level, irrespective of where we are, we could move further and further, higher and higher. Look at this. The first level is personal leadership. That's the fundamental level, whether we are teachers or let's say we are faculty members, assistant, associate professors, readers, HODs, does not matter. Wherever we are, let's identify which level are we in and make our journey higher and higher. The first level is personal leadership. Even before we are part of a team, even before we are leading a team, there is that personal leadership that we need to be focusing on. And I'll elaborate on each one. Now, level 2 is after we've managed our own selves better using personal leadership. Now, when we are at level 2, we can manage our own self. And at level 2, we are extremely good team players. I'm sure you might have come across, many of our colleagues, or maybe we ourselves are like that. Sometimes, let's say in the department, there is a task. Some of us could be like, okay, you just give it to me. I'll do it all by myself. I don't want to be working as part of a team. Nothing right or wrong. It's just that when we want to work all by ourselves, for all, our personal leadership is phenomenal, which is level 1. But at level 2, we can be part of groups, we can be part of certain groups, and we could be excellent team players. Now, when we move to level 3, we are not just good team players, we can also be excellent coordinators. Does not matter what is our official designation. It does not matter whether we are heading the department or we are in a position of power and authority or not, does not matter. Irrespective of what's our designation, we can be excellent coordinators. And now that's leadership level 3. Now, when it comes to level 4 and level 5, now we are making a transition from being leaders to transformational leaders. You see what's happening at level 4? We now have the ability to inspire others. Now, what's the difference between level 3 and level 4? See, in level 3, we are able to get work done. We are able to get work done with others, from others. But at level 4, we are building a team so strong that with or without us, they can work in our absence because we've been instrumental in inspiring, the team. Now at level 5, we have the skills and the ability to either take an organization, maybe the college, the universities that we are part of, the departments that we are part of, or any individual that we have an ability to inspire and influence. We can take the organization or individuals from good to great. You see that? So now if we are at level 4 or level 5, we can begin on our journey to becoming transformational leaders. Now what we will do is we will look at step by step. See, only when we can ace at each level can we be moving forward, right? So therefore, let's start with level 1, look at what skills are needed. Then we'll go to level 2, level 3, and level 4 and level 5. I'm clubbing and then discussing. Would that be all right, everyone? Yeah, and I would love it if you could, if we could ensure there is interaction. Is there clarity regarding the outline of this model? I've not gotten into the details of it, but is there clarity regarding the very outline? Now, if you're interested to learn more about it, you can read up on the work of Jim Collins. Would that be okay? Now, Jim Collins was speaking about it in the context of, the corporate leaders, but I don't see why only somebody in the business or politics are leaders, right? We teachers are transformational leaders, and therefore let's look at the potential application. Any thoughts on this particular model, or shall I move forward? Yeah, any thoughts on this? Anybody, any comment? Okay, if not, let's move to level 1. Look at this. Level 1 is all about personal leadership. Now, personal leadership is we are not managing anybody else, but we are managing our own selves. Now, in order to communicate regarding personal leadership, I've chosen this idea from the realm of counseling psychology called cognitive distortions. Look at this. Like I said, at level 1, we are only looking at leading our own selves. Imagine we are not able to lead our own selves. We won't be in a position to, be in a better position to lead our students or the colleagues or the various teams that we are part of. So level 1 is all about how can we enhance our emotional intelligence. And to speak about that, I have chosen this particular topic of cognitive distortion. Now, very simply put, what is cognitive distortion? Let's say I wish to use a metaphor. Let's say you're wearing a glass, spectacles, and if there are scratches, what happens? Now, I really wish to hear your voices now. If you're wearing glasses and there are scratches on the glasses, what happens? I'm able to see Dr. Sonali, because you've turned your video on, let me trouble you a bit, ma'am. What happens if our glasses have scratches on it?
You might have a blur vision of whatever you are looking at.
Correct, absolutely. So just like how scratches on our spectacles is going to blur or distort our vision, isn't it? Nothing is wrong with the world or nothing is wrong with the person sitting next to us, but we are looking at them or looking at the world through these scratches. So like Dr. Sonali said, our vision gets blurred, or in other words, our vision gets distorted. Yes or no? Nothing is wrong in the reality, but our perception is distorted. Similarly, cognitive distortions are scratches or errors in our thinking style. Is everyone okay with this? These are errors and scratches in our thinking style. So if we do not detect these thinking style, our personal leadership is going to get affected for sure. Now, this personal leadership, do not just look at it from the professional point of view. Sometimes we all know problems at home, it's definitely going to affect our work, and problems in our workplace, we are going to take it back home because we are one individual. Yeah, there is nothing called personal leadership only for professional life, nothing. All aspects of our life will get affected. So in a line, what is cognitive distortion? Errors or scratches in our thinking style. Now, if we have this, it's likely to affect our emotional intelligence. So for us to really top our game at level 1 of leadership, we need to eliminate these cognitive distortions. Is everyone okay with this? Can we begin with each cognitive distortion? Yeah. Can I have some yes, some no, some noise? Because as teachers, as much as we say we don't like noise, we like sounds in the class, because that's exactly what gives us that energy, right? So once in a while, unmute, please stop, it would be lovely. All right. So look at this. The first cognitive distortion that I wish to discuss with all of you is overgeneralization. Overgeneralization. Look at the words on the screen with respect to the pictures, picture there. Always, never, all of them, none of them, everybody, nobody, all the time, none of the time. Now, overgeneralized thought means it's a cognitive distortion. It's not going to help us in any way. Anytime you're thinking using these words, we will not be in a position to manage our emotions or thoughts in a better manner. Yeah, I'm thinking all of you are coming from different parts of the country. What is it, the Hindi word for always? I'm coming from South India. My Hindi, I think it's good, but then not many think it's great. So, Hamesha. Is it?
Hamesha.
Yeah? Hamesha, never, all of them. What is all of them in Hindi?
Sabhi.
Sabhi. Okay, now look at this. I'll give you one particular the example. Let's say you were in charge of organizing an event in the department. You did. Yeah, you did very well. Now, most of the feedback was great, but one, maybe the HOD or somebody gave a constructive feedback. Now, if you only think, okay, I did my best, most of them appreciated me, except for the HOD who pinpointed a couple of things that had gone wrong. You wouldn't feel, upset too much. But now can you tell me, with an overgeneralized thought, how can you think the HOD gave a negative feedback? How can an overgeneralized thinker will think? Using these words, always, never, all of them, none of them, everybody, nobody, all the time, none of the time. Can you give me a thought that would make you feel not so great? Did you all understand what I'm trying to say? Imagine your HOD gave you one constructive feedback, but he also or she also mentioned 3 or 4 things good about what you had done. Yeah. Now, if you think the HOD gave me one constructive feedback, then you would feel maybe upset. But the moment you think he is always giving me negative feedback, nobody in the department appreciates me. You see those words? Always. Never ever have people appreciated me for my efforts. None of them do the work, only I do. Or everybody out there in the department is there to criticize me. Now, are you going to feel better, motivated, or are you going to get demotivated? Tell me, would you feel better or would you feel demotivated? If you don't want to speak, you can also put it on the chat mode.
Ma'am, demotivated.
You will feel demotivated, like Priya Shukla ma'am says, right? See, people are always using, always this happens to me. Now, these are words, when we have it in our thinking, right? It's really going to make us not be in a position to manage ourselves better. Let's say you did something If you just took it as, let's say I'm able to see Dr. Swati, Dr. Swati, would it be okay if you're my sister for this session? Just in this example. So let's say Dr. Swati is my sister who did not understand me today. If I think, Swati didn't understand me today, I will feel upset. But the moment Swati is not understanding me today, if I think she's always not understanding me, not just today, every time, not just her, everybody in my family will not understand me. You see what's happening? My anger will become aggression. My sadness will become depression. Yeah. More often than not, where there is overgeneralization, right? The intensity of our negative emotions will increase. When we are not able to manage our own thoughts correctly, are you seeing what's happening? Our personal leadership will suffer. Did you all understand overgeneralization? Can you give me any one example of overgeneralized thought and how it's going to disturb us a lot more than what the reality merits us to get disturbed? Any one example? Hamesha, Sabi, everyone, nobody listens to me or whatever. Can you give me an example of what we can do as teachers in the class or with our colleagues? Any one example?
Students, they never submit assignments on time.
Look at that. Let's say it's a class of 50. Yeah, 30 have submitted, let's say 20 have not submitted, but still, how do we come up with a distorted view? Nobody submits it on time. Now, what happened to the 30 who have submitted it? Your brain does not talk to you back and say, look, 30 of them have submitted, 20 of them have not submitted. Instead, the moment you say nobody, your brain is going to release certain neurotransmitters, which is going to make you stressed even more. If you say out of 50, 30 have submitted, 20 have not, you'll be slightly angry. The moment you say nobody submits the assignments on time, your brain is going to make you a lot more aggressive than what's really needed for the situation. Dr. Swati, thank you so much for that. Priya Shukla ma'am is also giving us an example of nobody is listening to me. Is that ever true? Maybe 5 of them are there in our class who are a bit of mischief mongers. But the moment you tell your brain, nobody listens to me, you're ignoring the other 45 or 50 who are listening to you. Then what happens to the other? Just imagine what happens to your emotional health, right? What happens to your emotional health? So therefore, kindly detect your cognitive distortion. And the first cognitive distortion is overgeneralization. I'll tell you, in counseling, right, we say this, there cannot be a disorder which has not had its beginning as a distortion. Isn't that a very powerful statement? What am I saying? There cannot be a mental health disorder. We bet that there cannot be a problem in human experience that does not have 1 or 2 of the cognitive distortions that I'll be speaking to you. Yeah, and I should tell you there are going to be 6 to 7 cognitive distortions that I'll be introducing to all of you. Dr. Sonali is giving an example. Nobody answered to the question asked in the class. Nobody answers to me. Now, even the ones who want to answer are now getting demotivated. Then you're getting demotivated. So kindly detect the cognitive distortion of overgeneralization. Shall I move on to the next one, which is mind reading? I always say mind reading is misleading. If anything, it leads to misunderstanding. What is this mind reading? Mind reading is our tendency to assume, to think, I know what others are thinking about me. And whatever mostly we assume others are thinking about us is usually not so pleasant. Yeah, it's something that we are self-inflicting, anger, pain to our own selves. So let's say in a, staff room, 2 of your colleagues were laughing. The moment you entered, they stopped. What are our immediate interpretations of the situation? You tell me, I won't assume that you are thinking like that. It's just an example. Go ahead. What do we assume? They were laughing, you saw it. The moment you entered, they stopped laughing. What are our interpretations? Mostly.
Yeah, that we always assume that they might be talking about me.
Look at that. An assumption that they might be talking, but for all you know, they might be talking about some problem of theirs. Whatever, we don't know. Maybe they were talking about how India won a match against Pakistan yesterday or God knows what. And yet the moment we think, maybe they were talking about me, therefore they stopped. Who is getting disturbed? Aren't we getting disturbed? Aren't our relationship with them slightly suffers? You see what mind reading does? Mind reading leads to misunderstanding. It is misleading. And in our work as teachers, because we're dealing with so many people on a daily basis, there are research studies talking about how teachers have a tendency to mind read. Sometimes we also think, 20 years I'm in this field. I know what my students are thinking. Really, do we know what they're thinking? Sometimes we don't understand what our own thoughts are, right? And then we are assuming that I know what my student is thinking. For all you know, that exactly what makes us not experience personal leadership to the fullest. Any other example of mind reading that as teachers we are particularly vulnerable to? Sometimes do we mind read our students? That student, I know what he thinks about me. That colleague, I know. Sometimes you see it's going to lead to unnecessarily, emotional distress in us.
The student is very stubborn or something like that.
Yeah, the student is so stubborn or has a lot of head weight. So I know what he thinks or I know what she thinks. This is like literally writing our own scripts for what people think. And the easiest way to deal with mind reading is when in doubt, don't assume. Instead, let's ask. Yes or no? And after asking, we need to trust what they are telling. Many times it's like, let's say I ask Apurva, ma'am, what are you thinking? And Apurva ma'am says something and I'm like, I know you're not thinking like that. Then instead of asking, you assume and be in your own world. Yeah, Apurva ma'am, I see you've raised your hand. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Good evening, ma'am. It's such a pleasure to listen to you again.
Okay, you've been part of
ma'am, maybe mind read students, sometimes it could be like when we know sometimes that they're here for project extension, deadline extension. They're here for a free lecture. But the face of it, ma'am, we had 3 lectures continuously. Can we get some break? So this is how you do it. And also at the 11th hour, they'll tell you, ma'am, we could not finish up the project. Please give us an extension of 1 or 2 days.
So Apurva ma'am is giving me examples where mind reading is working, and I'm here talking about mind reading as a cognitive distortion. Thanks for that perspective, ma'am. So therefore, I wish to talk to you all about a formula called 4D formula. Because let's see, Apurva ma'am is telling me example where whatever your mind reading is turning out to be correct. So then, for all you know, it's a desirable skill of teachers. Instead of waiting till they say, we already know what they're up to. So therefore, let me talk to you about what is known as, 4D formula. So now 4D formula is first, let's detect our cognitive distortion or a thought. Detect it. Now you debate. When I say debate, don't ask whether my thoughts are right or wrong. Instead, ask whether it's helping me or not helping you. Imagine maybe mind reading your student is helping you once in a while, but going on mind reading your in-laws, maybe it's not helping you. Sometimes it could be like, my spouse is thinking like that about me. My in-law is thinking about, maybe it's creating a lot of anxiety in you. So therefore, what's the second D? You debate. What is debate? Ask yourself whether the way I'm thinking, is it helping me, not helping me? If at all it's helping you, you decide. That's the third D. Yeah, you decide. And maybe you keep it. Okay. But if you think, when you're debating, you understand that it's not helping you and it's leading to a lot of anxiety, distress. You decide that it is not helping you. And what could be the fourth D? If you know that a particular thought is not helping you, can you give me a D wherein we need to get it out of our way of thinking? Give me a word.
Delete it.
Delete it. Good. Delete it, destroy it, discard it, dump it, ditch it, do whatever you want to, but get it out of your system. Are you all okay with this? Sometimes let's say your students are telling you, ma'am, by the time they say ma'am, you're like, hey, I know what you would ask me. And then sometimes we get it wrong, right? Sometimes what we do it with students, maybe it's fine, but what if it's becoming a habit with you? A lot of times, fights, conflicts happen because we are mind reading. Yeah. So therefore you ask yourself, if it is helping, with whom? Under what circumstances is it helping? But my bet is asking, dialoguing is any day a better way to lead ourselves than mind reading, because it leads to a lot of assumed thinking. Did everyone understand? Yeah. What are the 4D formula? Detect. Then tell me, what is it? Detect. Then what's the second D?
Debate.
Debate. Then the third D is?
Decide.
If you decide that it's helping you, you keep it. But if you decide it's not helping you, what's the fourth D? Delete it, discard it, do whatever you want, but get it out of your system. Are you all okay? So I'll tell you. Sometimes I've had, assistant professors coming in faculty development programs and saying, I always think in a meeting, I want to share my opinion, but I wonder what others are thinking. Or if I ask too many questions, or if I keep sharing my opinions, I'm thinking, my colleagues will think that I'm trying to be too smart or whatever. What are they doing? Aren't they mind reading and then not talking at all? There are times when people don't share their perspectives in meetings and gatherings because we are mind reading what others will think about us. Now, if that's the case, you tell me, can we go higher and higher on the levels of leadership? It's going to get difficult. So therefore, I'm introducing you an idea, but kindly check if these cognitive distortions are affecting your lives in more ways than what we are discussing right now. Are you all okay with this? Can I move on to the third cognitive distortion? Now, the third cognitive distortion is what is known as, listen to this, personalization. What is this personalization? Why me syndrome? Why me? There are, two meanings to personalization. One is when things go wrong, assuming that things are going wrong only because of you. You tell me, when people assume that things are going wrong around them, with other people, because of them, what's the feeling that they would end up feeling? It starts with G. Or you tell me, what other feelings?
Guilty mind.
Guilty, absolutely. I'll give you an example. There was this teacher, I had done a qualitative study on how cognitive distortions will affect teachers. There was this one teacher, he would go to the class. Let's say the class is noisy. He himself would say, why you guys are misbehaving? It's because of me. And the students are like, yeah, it's because of you only, sir, we chat. Can you believe this assumption? I know many parents are like that. Parents tell children, why you turned out to be like this? It's because I did not bring you up. Which child will say, no, mama, I turned out bad because of my own self? Nobody is going to say that. The moment a parent tells, you turned out like this, it is because of me. Higher are the chances that the other party will... Yeah, sir, are you speaking to me? Kamalesh, sir. Doesn't look like, so I'm going to mute. If so, please ask, sir. Yeah. Did you understand personalization? Personalization is taking the entire blame on yourself, even when others are not telling anything. Imagine you want to take it all on your head. Won't there be people wanting to dump it on your head? Kamalesh, sir, would you like to ask something? All right, fine. Maybe that was by chance. Did you understand personalization? Personalization is assuming that all things are going wrong because of me. Yeah, I'll give an example. There was this teacher, a qualitative study, always felt I'm not good enough a teacher. Yeah. And therefore, in the evaluations, right, he would left, right, and center keep donating good marks to students, whether they perform well or not. You see what happens? When you personalize, guilt will increase. And in order to overcome that guilt, sometimes we try methods that are extremely unethical and unhelpful. If personalization is unhealthy, what's the better version of personalization? Personalization is taking all blame on your own self. But instead of personalizing, what should we be? I'm looking at a word that starts from R and ends with Y. Instead of taking everything on our head, what should we be? That is this word, R-E-S-P. Come on, I know that you know the word. I'm mind reading you now. What's the word? Instead of taking everything on your head, what is the better version of it? Responsibility, right? Responsibility is to say, till this, it's mine. Beyond it, it's yours. Yeah, think about it. Those who have a personalizing tendency, the opposite of personalizing is blaming. Are you with me? Personalization, you take everything on your head. I'm sure you've also come across people who have a tendency to blame others. No, whatever goes wrong, it's not me, it's always you. But in between, there is something called responsibility, wherein, of course, I share a part of what I am. You know, I must take the responsibility, but beyond that, it's yours. This is a very, very important aspect of personal leadership. Can we please be careful? Please ask yourself, do you have a tendency to personalize? Yeah, let's say every day you wish principal, the principal would say good morning. But today, let's say you wished and the principal was not in a good mood and then did not wish. What would a person with personalization think? Did you understand the question? Let's say the principal generally wishes you, but today you said good morning on the corridor. The principal, God knows what's running in his or her mind, did not wish you. Somebody would say, fine, move on. But a person with personalization would think what?
What an attitude.
What an attitude. Or I must have done something
wrong.
Because of that, the person did not wish me. Did you understand? I must have done something. Did I say something? Did I not do something? Personalization. Unnecessarily inflicting guilt on one's own self. Yeah. Ongmula ma'am, have you unmuted yourself? Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Can I use this same example for the mind reading as well? Because there also what we are doing is we are jumping into a conclusion.
Correct.
We are assuming ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So the same example which you have just gave, can we use that for the mind reading as well?
See, now the mind reading, you could be mind reading anything. You know, so let's say Ongmola ma'am is not talking to me. I might be thinking, is it because the other day she asked for money and then I did not give it to her? I might be mind reading like that. Whereas when it comes to personalization, you're blaming yourself exclusively. All of this could overlap, but then there is also uniqueness to each one of these cognitive distortions. Yeah, think about it. Thanks for that, ma'am. Now let's look into the fourth one. The fourth cognitive distortion is what is known as, look at this, labeling. What's the fourth cognitive distortion? Labeling. What's labeling? If, you know, our parents have given certain names, sometimes we might have labeled our own selves with a lot of other names, right? Yeah, give me examples of all that people have labeled us, and sometimes what labels we have given to our own self that is self-defeating in nature.
I'm very lazy.
Yeah, look at that. The more you label, yes, ma'am.
Or sometimes the individual feels himself as a loser also, sometimes in certain circumstances.
I am lazy. I am a loser. What other examples of
procrastinate?
I am a procrastinator. You
Yeah.
see?
I am
Yeah.
very unorganized person.
I am unorganized. I am unlucky. What an idiot
Yeah.
I am. Huh.
Yes, ma'am. Very correct.
We do a lot of labels. Now I want you to remember this. Our brain is like a sponge. Yeah, I think there are a lot of other labels, Priya Shukla ma'am, lazy, dumb, loser, inactive, what not, right? Our brain is like a sponge. Now you tell me, you pour Bisleri water, distilled water on a sponge, what would happen?
It would absorb it.
It would absorb. If you are pouring gutter water on it,
it would also absorb that.
It would also absorb. That's exactly how our brain is. Whatever be the label, it's going to absorb. See, you can tell, I want to be active. At least then the brain is like, okay, let me make this person active. But instead of telling, I want to be active, what do we tell? Oh, I am so lazy. I am so lazy. I am lazy. Now the brain is absorbing. The brain is absorbing all these labels. So it's like this, right? Whenever we've labeled one particular jar as sugar, did we go pour salt into it? No. We're going to go and pour sugar only in it. No. Similarly, when we are labeling our own selves with something so negative, we won't become the opposite of it. Instead, we will become the very thing that we are labeling ourselves with. Yes or no? Now, as teachers, one is we should really look into what labels we've put to our own selves. Yeah. And at the same time, also ask ourselves, without knowing or unknowingly or knowingly, have we labeled our students? Give me sometimes what labels have we attached to our students, knowingly or unknowingly, but the damage is done. Yeah. Tell me the labels that we sometimes attach. That's okay.
They don't know, they don't show any manners or something like that.
You mannerless fellow. You see, you are so, there's no manners whatsoever. What an idiot. Yeah. What attitude. So arrogant. Tell me the words. Tell me, that's okay. Remember?
Non-disciplined.
Non-disciplined. You're so indisciplined. Such a fool. I've never seen one. Sometimes in our regional languages, labels are even more colorful, I'm sure. Yes or no? In our regional languages, sometimes, the labels are far more damaging at times. Animals have made their entry into the classroom because of our labeling tendency. Yes or no? Any example? Animal labels to students? It's okay. I'm glad
they all are donkeys or something.
Yeah. Stop acting like monkeys. Donkeys, ullu jaise, whatever be it, you see, these are all labels. These are all labels. Yeah. If we are looking at teachers as transformational leaders, whenever we are calling a student a monkey or God knows what are we helping them become? What are we helping them transform to? We definitely don't want them to be whatever we are labeling them to be. No, then at least can we tell the opposite? Instead of calling somebody what a lazy fellow, at least can we say, at least be active? We could say that, right? Please remember, brain is like a sponge. It's always absorbing. This is one overgeneralization I can afford to make. Always absorbing. It is always absorbing. Now, I'm going to make two statements. You tell me which one is better. Okay? The first one, let's say somebody tells me, Ashwini, what an idiot you are. Okay, that's the first sentence. The second one is, the other day, the way you were talking to the group was idiotic. Which one is better? You either tell me or you put it on the chat mode. Which one is better?
Second one.
Second one. Why? Why is second one better?
Because we are trying to say that she was only that in that particular situation and not otherwise that it is a general habit. Or we are not making, giving her any attributes of behavior or labeling her precisely.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, Bilagi, ma'am, right? So now you tell me in the first one, Ashwini is an idiot. What's happening? The labeling is happening to the whole person. Yes or no? The whole person is labeled. Whereas in the second one, the other day, the way you were talking to the group was idiotic. What are we labeling here? We are labeling what? Not the person. Instead, we are labeling
Action or behavior.
action, behavior. Yes or no? Now tell me, is it easy to change a person or easy to change a behavior? Always easy to change behavior. Yes or no? Instead of calling somebody, what a fool you are. At least if we say, no, the other day, the comment that you passed was foolish. A person is likely to change the behavior as opposed to somebody says, you are a fool. The person is like, hey, top to bottom, you're calling me a fool. Yeah, this is how I am. Deal with me. The resistance builds. Resistance is high, whenever we are labeling a person. So instead, if our love for labels, we won't let it go. Yeah, let us label behavior, not the person. Is everyone okay with this? Okay. And also one is labeling others, but the most important thing is as teachers, we would have labeled our own selves. Self-defeating labels. Sometimes we might have. Can we please detect, debate, decide? And we know negative labels are not going to be helpful. So you know what to do. Please delete it. So now a very interesting comment from Meenakshi ma'am. A person is a combination of the behavior. Absolutely, ma'am. On the chat mode, Dr. Meenakshi is saying a person is a combination of their behavior. No doubt about it. But now, when we're trying to bring about a change, therefore, we need to bring about a change in the building blocks of the person, right? And behaviors are the building blocks of the person. Yes or no? Whenever I say, let's say, Dr. Sonali, change yourself completely. From where to begin the change? No. If I say, Dr. Sonali, could you please change your behavior with respect to something? It's easier to change. Yeah. So because we know behaviors are the building blocks of an individual's personality, let us label behaviors for it can be changed. Himanshu sir makes a very interesting point. Behavior should be defined, but we cannot define a person because a person is far more than one particular behavior. So therefore, please remember we are at level one of leadership. There's so many levels to go. So right now we are talking about let go of these because these are the building blocks of problems. It won't let us grow higher and higher. Yeah. Now tell me, so far we've talked about negative labels, but what about the positive labels? Can we positively label a student or our own selves? Tell me, what are your thoughts? Can we label a person positively? Or do you think we should there also be labeling the behavior positively? I'll give you one example, okay? Recently, yes, Dr. Swati, you had unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, a very in general kind of a label is she's very organized.
Okay, organized.
Very
okay.
Self-disciplined.
Self-disciplined, all right. See now, I get your intent, ma'am, wherein you're saying it's okay to label a person positively. But later, let me give you a couple of examples and then we will look at the examples that Dr. Swati gave. So let's say we tell a student, you're so brilliant. You're so brilliant. We are definitely labeling the person here. As opposed to, the essay that you've written is brilliant. Which one is better? And why? You are so brilliant. The other one is, the other day, the assignment that you had submitted, I went through it. This point was brilliant. Which one is better?
So we are showing that person his or her qualities or the process which he or she has adopted in completing a specific thing. Yeah. So somewhere we are focusing on that part of his personality when we are giving second statement.
The second statement. Now, there are certain studies which are talking about how sometimes when the labels are given to the person, right, they may not focus on the efforts So imagine somebody tells you are brilliant. And I'm like, I am brilliant. Whatever I do, whatever I don't do, I remain brilliant. But is that the case? Have you seen some students, they perform brilliantly in the first semester. By the time they come to the fourth semester, their performances have dropped. Because they might be assuming that these are the labels my teachers have already given me. Now, whether I perform or not perform, the label is for me. But none of the labels are ever for an individual, right? It's always for the behavior and what the person has done. Now, whenever you are labeling the behavior, something like that of, something like that of an assignment or a performance, when you appreciate the behavior, they are likely to understand that for me to receive the feedback again, I need to repeat the behavior. Yeah, so there are studies which are confirming how even when it is a positive label, it's always good that we label the performance, the behavior, or the context than the whole person. Because sometimes, people may take the labels to the head. I'll give you an example. This particular parent, was talking about how, I call my daughter Princess, a young child, So Princess is a label, right? Imagine, I'm not able to see some, names. If I take your name randomly, please don't, the mind. So let's say, somebody by name Sushma, let's say Sushma is my daughter. I tell, Sushma, you're my princess. You're my princess, a positive label to the person. But tomorrow you ask the princess to go clean her room. I'm the princess. You clean the room. So therefore you see what happens. Positive labeling of a person also has more demerits than merits. If you want to appreciate, kindly appreciate the behavior. Yeah, because that is going to yield long-term, the results. Is everyone okay with this? That's about the label. And I want you to please identify labels you've attached to your own self and the labels that you've attached to people around you, including our students, colleagues, everyone. All right. Now, the last cognitive distortion that I wish to speak about is what is known as dichotomous thinking. Okay. What is dichotomous thinking? Black and white thinking. Somebody who cannot think in shades of gray. Okay. We usually say it takes two overgeneralizations or two labels to make one dichotomous thinking. If labeling is bad enough, now we are looking at two labels. What is dichotomous or black and white thinking? Somebody is like this, somebody is like that. The previous college was so good. Now the present one is, oh my God, can you see? Such extremes. Now, everywhere there are problems, but somebody with black and white thinking will always try to create contrasts. The previous batches were so good. God knows what happened to our present batches. Are you seeing the black and white? But life is in shades of gray, right? The more black and white thinking you indulge in, the more unpleasant emotions we create for our own selves. Can you give me an example of black and white thinking?
Sorry, madam.
Yes, sir.
Actually, everyone should see the brightness in the darkness. Suppose some students, I am the lecturer in physics.
Yes, sir.
Maximum students said that no class is there. The teachers are not teaching well. But always my advice to them is you should discover what is the inherent potential behind the teacher.
Correct.
Something, everyone has something badness and goodness. So you have to discover that goodness.
Absolutely. So this would be an example of overgeneralization. None of my teachers are teaching well. Nobody in this college is teaching well. Isn't that overgeneralization? Now, black and white thinking would be, no teacher in my college teaches well, but in that college, everybody is teaching well. double disaster. If overgeneralization is disastrous enough, black and white thinking will create even more stark difference. Yeah, thanks Himanshu sir for that example. Yeah.
Girls are more punctual in submitting the assignment than boys.
Look at that. You know, like Dr. Swati is giving, look at that black and white thinking. Girls are punctual, boys are anything but punctual. You see what's happening? Then are we removing the possibility only is not there, no, for a guy to improve? Yeah. So please, these are black and white thinking that will distort our perception of reality. Ongula ma'am? Yeah. And I hope you're pronouncing the name correctly.
Yeah, ma'am, it's totally fine. Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, can we take examples such as sometimes I tend to I tend to recognize myself as a true achiever or a total failure. So I don't find the gray lines in between that. So can we like generalize this particular example in this black and white thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. If I do this, I'm successful. If I don't do this, then gone. I know so many professors. If I get a government job, I'm a success. Private college, I'm a loser. Why? You see the stark black and white, this or that. The more we think in black and white, the more distorted. Yeah. So Bilagi ma'am is talking about whether contrast statements also be comparative. At times it helps to motivate. But then see now comparisons are okay, ma'am. But are there other ways to motivate a student? Can we explore that? Because black and white would make people turn out to be opposites, no? I understand the intent. You know, we can say, look at your juniors, look at your seniors. But now they might motivate themselves, but the underlying feeling is competition, no, not collaboration. So therefore, we are now talking about level 1 leadership. Now, for you to move from level 1 to level 2, you need to have some control over personal leadership. And for that, I've talked to you about taking care of your cognitive distortion, because with this, you're in a better position to manage yourself. That is level 1. Is everyone okay with this? Level 1, did you all understand? Level 1 is all about managing our thoughts, our emotions. Usually, we find that problematic when we have these cognitive distortions. Which are the 5 cognitive distortions I spoke to you all? Please, so that, you know, I know that I've... Which are the cognitive distortions I've spoken?
Generalization.
Overgeneralization. Then
personalization.
Personalization. Then MR.
Labeling.
Then put it on the chat mode. Mind reading. And then?
And black and white thinking.
Black and white thinking. Yeah. Now, let's say level 1, personal leadership, which is taking care of your own self. What's level 2? In level 2, we are becoming very, very good team players. Now, one of the qualities of a good team player is what? Being able to listen to each other. Yeah, not just listening, but being able to listen to each other. Now, I thought as part of this, you know, let me talk to you all about 6 different types of, listeners, because any good team player must listen, must communicate, yes or no. Now, I want you to identify what's your listening style in a team, or generally what's your listening style. Look at the first listening style, preoccupieds. I'm sure we've come across many in the teams that we've been part of, or sometimes maybe we are like this. Who are these preoccupied listeners? You keep telling, I'll keep doing whatever I want to do it in my mind kind. Now at 5:30, what type of a listener are you? Are you a preoccupied listener? Who is a preoccupied listener? Somebody is talking, they are doing their own thing in their brain, or they are on their mobiles, or they're doing something else. Yeah. But once in a while, they will look and you look at them, they are like, they will nod. So just giving an impression that they are listening, but their mind is wandering somewhere. A lot of time, the preoccupieds, when somebody, a speaker will ask, do you have any doubts? they may ask something that they've already been spoken to. Have you come across people like that? And sometimes they just want to ask so that they come across as if they're listening. So if you're a preoccupied listener, what will your team members think about you? Do your team members think that you're being honest with them? No. Preoccupieds are pretending to be there in a group. They're not. They're not there in the group because they did not care to listen. So if you're a preoccupied, you should always give an impression to your team members that their time don't matter to you. Yes or no? They are talking, believing you're listening, but you are preoccupied. And we all know, no, people who are pretending to listen, don't others understand? They'll understand. They'll understand. So therefore, preoccupied listening style means it's unlikely that we can be good team players. Then who are the interrupters? What is this interrupting listening style? Only their perspectives. Yeah, there's no need, but then they will keep on talking. They want to make their presence felt. For them, then collaborating, it's like, hey, I want to ask something so everybody will understand I'm listening again. The interrupters. They might be this enthusiastic people, but then sometimes it may not be great for the team. Then the third one is combatives. Who are these combatives? Yeah, Professor Meenakshi is saying attention seekers. Sometimes the interrupters are attention seekers, quite possible. They ask things more than what's relevant. Okay. Sometimes what happens, maybe the first half of the meeting, they were preoccupied. Now to balance it out, the other half of the meeting, they want to be interrupters. They're balancing it out like that. So please, if we want to be valuable team players, then listening, how do we engage with the team matters, right? Don't be preoccupied, don't be interrupters, definitely not the third one. What are these third one? The combatives. Who are these combatives? Can you tell me? Who are these combatives?
They usually disagree in a conversation.
Whatever be it, they want to disagree.
They are aggressive and they just want to have their own way out. They have everybody has to listen to them. Total dictatorship, like ma'am. That won't work.
Yes, there could be certain combatives in our teams, or we ourselves on certain bad day, bad mood, we could become combatives. Combatives is whatever they do, there is a sense of, I'll prove the other party wrong. Yeah. Sir, I don't think you need to be talking like that, sir. They'll begin the sentence. For all you know, they are telling exactly what you said, but then they begin opposing. They like fight. They like disagreements. And sometimes they think that contribution can only happen where there are disagreements. They don't agree to anything. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't agree to what you're saying, but what you told me is okay. What does that mean? To tell me? Have you met people like that? They are agreeing only, but then the beginning is, sorry, I don't want to say hurt you, but I don't agree with you, but what you're telling, maybe is okay. What does that mean? You see, they began, they're combatives, they're agreeing, but they want to come across as not agreeing. Will take a lot of time in the group. All right. Look at the fourth category. Who are these? The whatevers. Who are these whatevers? I am employed. I am a full-timer, a permanent faculty. What will you do now? The whatevers are those, they don't care for what's happening. They'll say, tell me what I should do, ma'am. One line you tell me. Don't make me wait throughout the meeting. Whatever. 20 years, same department. What more meeting should I pay attention to? They have given up. The whatevers. The whatevers. They're not like combatives. Whatevers are sometimes yes-sayers. Okay, everything is okay. Sometimes there is experience, but they don't want to trouble anybody. If combatives don't agree with anything, the whatevers are too tired to disagree or agree with anything. They're just there. And the next group is the analysts. What do you think the analyst listener will do? Analysts, who are these analysts?
They are the good listeners and
They are
always there
good
to help you
listeners.
also.
Yeah. But the problem, Angula ma'am, is they are good listeners. But you know, the way they observe, you know, so let's say I'm an analyst, I'm going to be like this. Okay. Like that. See, what happens is an analyst will give an impression to the group that they're drawing from your brain a lot more than what your mouth is revealing. Will team members feel like opening up and sharing their perspective with an analyst? Are you understanding? An analyst has a way to identify, detect. You know, an analyst, no, they're not listening, they're investigating something. You know, Angmula ma'am says something and I'm like, why is she telling like that? Ma'am, I'm wondering why you're telling like that. Now, Angmula ma'am is like, oh my God, what did I just say? I think Jyoti ma'am got it right. Analysts intimidate the group. Analysts now won't give the vibe of, you know, I'm there to listen, I'm there to collaborate kind. They're there, maybe they don't want to intimidate, but they come across as being intimidating. I'm wondering the thoughts behind your actions, ma'am. And the person is like, let me not move only, let me just sit like that. Because whatever I do, whatever I say, this analyst is trying to analyze why I'm doing what I'm doing. But they say the best type of a team member is somebody who has a very engaging listening. Engaging means what? They listen, they don't react, they're 100% there. You know, they respond. Yeah. See, analysts, right? They're only paying attention to the cognitive aspect, whereas the engagers will also pay attention to the cognitive as well as the emotional aspect. You know, we know how a combative will disagree, right? A combative would be like, you know, Vishal sir, keep quiet. What are you saying? A combative. Whereas an engager would say, you know, Vishal sir, from what you know, shared, I understand that of the 4 points I shared, 3 you are in agreement, whereas 1 you're disagree. Let's try to sort it out. You see how the engager is? Preoccupied will not even know. Interrupter would be like combatives, you know, whatever's analysts. But an engager is somebody who is fully there. They're not distracted. There are no cognitive distortions. Are you listening? Level 1 leadership, personal leadership, they have a certain control. Now, level 2 also, when somebody is an engager, they're ready to go to level 3. What's level 3? Everyone? What's level 3? Guys, I told you the first slide matters. Nobody knows level 3. You're turning pages. What's level 3 leadership? I showed you Jim Collins pyramid. First level is personal leadership. Second level is team player. What's the third level?
Excellent coordinator.
Yes. Who said this?
This is Sharmila, ma'am.
Sharmila, ma'am. Thank you so much. Had nobody said, I would have felt very, very upset. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But the third level is you're now not just a good team player. You can also be an excellent coordinator. You're not just one among the team now. Because you know the skill of engaging. Engaging is listening, responding, fully being there. Anybody who listens will also be an excellent observer. Anybody who is an excellent listener and an observer will have the ability to empathize. And a person who is empathetic understands others, understand what's the group goal. When people know what the goal is and they understand people, aren't they in a better position to lead groups? Yes or no? And one of the first level of leading groups is you're a good coordinator. Excellent coordinators. So in level 2, when you're a good team player, you are a good engager. That's the 6th listening style. Now let's talk about level 3. I see that we have only 20 minutes. Let me move faster. Look at this. Level 3. Level 3 is excellent coordinator. Now, I'm going to talk about 4 types of coordinators. Okay, I'm going to talk about 4 types of coordinators. 3 not so great. Yeah, the 4th one, excellent. And I'm going to use animal metaphors to do this. Okay, now, the first type of a coordinator can be a competing shark. You need not even read the description. Just look at this coordinator and tell me how would they coordinate. How would a competing shark coordinator coordinate? They will get work done. But how? You're telling you have fever, they are like, yeah, you go to hospital, but first come to work, get it done, and then go fall sick. Competing sharks are like that. For them, goals matter, relationships don't matter. Goals, they will die for goals because they're competing, but people in the process may die and they're like, nah. Yeah, Dr. Meenakshi says they're go-getters. Go-getters to an extent where they don't care what happens to others, but they want to meet the goal. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the midnight, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm calling you, but this is the work that needs to be done. You're like, it's 1 o'clock. They're like, so what? Work is there. Let's get it done. They're extremely competitive. Yeah, they're so competitive, they can also be attacking. Can you tell me how else? Can you talk back to a competing shark coordinator? Can you have a dialogue? My way or highway kind. You're either on my way or you go on highway kind. Competing sharks, they are there to talk, not to listen. They are like, I am the leader, so you listen. I am the leader, you listen. They use their positional authority to get things done. Do you think the team members would love a competing shark? Guys, would they love? What do? They fear. People may say yes to this coordinator, not because they like it, but then they're like, if I say no, then this person will attack me, keep revenge on me for God knows how many months. So let me say yes. People might be good in front of the attacking shark, but behind the back, what will people think of the competing shark? They're like, oh my God, please, transfer, resign, do something, but don't be around us. Are you seeing what happens?
Many a times, ma'am, we we stop following their instructions because we know that they will not accept whatever we request.
Whatever. Yeah.
So we are not accepting whatever they are saying, but we are doing what we want to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. So sometimes it's like you say yes to them maybe, but later you do your own things. What happens is for competing shark, they don't dialogue, they instruct. You should do like this. They won't say why we should do. No, I am telling so you do like this. Pupi ma'am is saying too bossy, zero empathy, very, very dominating. The one good thing is maybe the work will get done, but work is not the only thing that we are looking at, right? Competing shark coordinator himself or herself will have hypertension and people around will also develop soon. So long term, neither is a competing shark's health any great. Imagine at level 3 itself, we are burnt out because I'm screaming, I'm yelling, I'm pressurizing myself and everybody. Where is the time to even grow to level 4 and level 5? Because only at level 4 and level 5 are we becoming teachers as transformational leaders. Sonali ma'am says very dominating. Meenakshi ma'am says they only instruct, no discussion. Sometimes, they may even say, in the meeting that we had, and everybody is like, which meeting did we have? The person had his or her own meeting in the brain, and that's the meeting that they have had. Yeah. Bilagi ma'am is saying silence is the only solution to competing sharks. At least they love silence from others. Are you understanding? Yeah. So you tell me, see, a competing shark can become a leader, but can a competing shark become a transformational leader? What type of a leader will a competing shark be? Somebody has already used the word.
He will not allow others to grow, madam. He is only,
That's there.
yeah, he is only going to showcase his own thing, and the others,
That's
even if they are having, and he will always try to, what you call as, put them down the moment, like, they try to grow up. It's like the conditional, what you call as, conditional, this thing, wherein the monkey tries to grow its brain by learning something new. He is conditioned. No,
Correct.
I am the boss. I am the boss.
Yeah. Thanks, Bilagi ma'am, for that. See, that's true. A competing shark will not want other leaders to grow. A great leader, so we'll be talking at level 4 and level 5, will inspire others, will take others from good to great. Whereas competing shark wants to be the leader, but then they don't want others working with them to grow. They don't want the students to be as good as them, or perhaps even become better than them. So competing sharks can be a coordinator, but then level 4, inspiring others or making them grow from good to great, sometimes is difficult. Is everyone okay? Now, what happens when somebody is a competing shark is they want to win, but others lose. Yes or no? I win, you lose. That's the mindset of competing shark. Now let's look at the second. What do you think the second one is? Anybody knows? The first type of coordinator, let's say, is a competing shark. The second one is, look at this, avoiding turtle. Who are these avoiding turtles? Avoiding turtles are like, they're too tired. By the time they have become coordinators, level 3 leadership, they are tired. What do we know about a turtle? The moment there is a problem, what will the turtle do? The turtle will take its head inside and pretend there is no problem. Did the problem go? Avoiding turtle leaders are those. The moment there is a challenge, maybe they'll take leave and go and not come back till the problem is solved. Yeah. Or avoiding turtles are those, they'll keep on delaying discussions. There is a problem. They don't do anything about it. Maybe they're like, my team will do. I am too tired. They're too tired. Anything you tell an avoiding turtle, they'll be like, oh, leave, ma'am, leave, sir, what? They're too tired. They withdraw into their own shell. Or they'll be like, whatever you want to do, you do. For them, goals also don't matter. Relationships also don't matter. For them, nothing matters. Sometimes not because of their caliber, but because of some other factor, they have reached level 3 leadership. Not because of their own caliber. Instead, maybe the rest of them are even worse, therefore they are. Or maybe number of years spent in a particular place that they had to give this person a particular role, but they are too tired. Through promotion, maybe. Not by merit. Because see, we know about tortoise, right? Tortoise will live long. Like that, they will stay long in a place, but they don't do much. Sometimes we've seen certain departments, right? Nothing has happened. 10 years, nothing has happened. And the leader is like, however we will be like that. Let's not grow. Let's not be proactive. That's not there. You tell me, I told you competing shark is I win, you lose, right? What is with avoiding turtles? You understood? See, competing shark is I win, you lose. Whereas avoiding turtle?
I will not do anything and I will also not allow you to do anything.
I lose, you lose. In and around an avoiding turtle, they will also not win, others will also not win. Sometimes we might have come across people like this. Yeah. Now let's look at the third kind. Did anybody see the slides? What's the third one? Accommodating teddy bear. What is this accommodating teddy bear? They're too sweet. What do you know about them? What do you think? What type of coordinators they'll be?
They can't say no to anyone.
Yes, they can't tell no to anybody. They will not delegate work to anybody. Let's say I'm an accommodating teddy bear, and in my team I have Sharmila ma'am, Mongmula ma'am, Swati and Shruti ma'am. All of them are capable, but I will not give any task to you all. If I tell Shruti ma'am, do this task, what will she think about me? If I tell Bilgi ma'am, do this task, what will she do? So day in and day out, I will only work on everything. Is that a great way to coordinate anything? Is that a great way to lead anything? No, you will get tired. 1 year you will do. Second year, you can't even get up because what 5 people can do, you are trying to do things all by yourself. This problem with accommodating teddy bears, no, they want to be in the good books of everyone. They won't say no to anything. You know, let's say I already know, let's say Himanshu sir took too many leaves. This month when he asks, I can tell, right, sir, please don't take so many leaves. But accommodating teddy bear will be like, okay, sir, jo bhi aap karna hai kijiye. You know, because they're just afraid that what will people think about me? I don't want people to think badly about me. See, people may love you, but people later will not say we learned anything from you. Yes or no? Because accommodating teddy bear, no, they will do everybody's work. When will other people grow? Yeah, I think they're like, yes, sir, 3 bags full, sir. Look at what Dr. Meenakshi ma'am is saying. They are yes sayers. Yes. Their own health will go for a toss. Others will imagine in a department, one accommodating teddy bear and one competing shark. What a dangerous combination, right? Accommodating teddy bear is like, okay to everything. And competing shark is like, you know, I'll target you. Sometimes a combination like this is so tragic. You tell me, what will happen? Accommodating teddy bear, what will it lead to? Like I said, I win, you lose. Competing shark. Avoiding turtle is I lose, you lose. What do you think will happen in accommodating teddy bear?
Only I will win. I want to win.
No, ma'am. See, the accommodating teddy bear is doing everything and not taking the credit, ma'am. They are doing 10 people's task and later they will not even be considered leader. So tell me, what would this lead to? For them, relation. Very good. Yeah. Rekha ma'am, you tell once again, please. Rekha ma'am, you said something. They'll be taken for granted. I lose, you win. I lose, you win. They're very lenient. Somebody will come and say, sir, give me, deadline extension. They are like, 1 day, take 1 week, like that. They lose, others will win. You know, they will sometimes, demotivation because they get tired. Did you understand accommodating teddy bear? Accommodating teddy bear is a hard worker, but they don't know how to get work done from others. Now, so far I've spoken as a coordinator at level 3. Let us not be like shark. Let us not be like turtle. Let us not be like teddy bear. If not, how should we be? Tell me one animal metaphor. That's the way we should be. Coordinator. Who will say what animal metaphors? Don't be a shark. Don't be a turtle. Don't be a teddy bear. Teddy bear is too goody-goody. How should we be? It's a bird. That's a clue. And usually this is a bird that I don't know why, at least in South India, you used to scold people. But apparently that's the wisest. Which bird is this? Come on. Crow? No. Crow? No crow.
Duck.
Duck? No, not a duck. I told you, you actually used to scold people. Don't know why. Somebody got it right. Jyoti Ramchandani ma'am got it right. It's actually an owl. Why an owl? I don't know why in Ullu and all does not have good connotation. But what do we know about owls? And what owl is that? Like competing shark, accommodating teddy bear. What do you think is for the owl? Owl is, look at this, collaborating owl. Owl is what? Collaborating. Okay. What do we know about owl, everyone? Metaphorically, what do we know about owl? About its characteristics? Owls can see during night, says Meenakshi ma'am. What else? Wise as owl. Actually, wise as owl. What do you know about its neck?
360 degrees.
Yes, it can turn 360 degree. Very good, very good. Both Bilagi ma'am and Shruti ma'am is saying. See, now owls, right? Yeah, owls are considered very wise because they listen. Have you ever seen owls fight? They're deep in reflection. Yeah, crows, we've seen them fight. Ka, 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 ka. You know, owls, I don't know. It's a trivia that I want you to know. Like group of people is called team, right? Group of birds, what do we call it? Group of birds, flock. Yes or no? Group of flies, what do we call it? Swarm. You know, a group of, let's say sheep, what do we call it? Sheep.
Flock of sheep.
Yeah, flock of sheep, stock of sheep. Do you know what do we call for a group of owls? It's very interesting what we call a group of owls. Anybody want to Google and see and tell me? Group of owls is called parliament. Did you know that? Group of owls, we call it a parliament. Why? Because parliament should have the wisest of people. Parliament should have people who will listen, not ka like so many. Yeah. So group of owls is actually called parliament for a reason, because they deliberate. Yeah, they deliberate. Actual owls, they listen to each other. They are wise. Yeah, and they collaborate. See, metaphorically, when we know that an owl can see in the dark, what does it mean? Let's say in the presence of a problem, it will not lose its sight. Unlike, the turtle, it will not take its head inside and sit. Yeah. And also the 360-degree perspective. You see, a shark will have only its own perspective, no? An accommodating teddy bear is able to think from others' perspective, but never from their own perspective. Yes or no? Whereas an owl can look at anything from multi-degree view. And everything said and done, owls collaborate. What is collaboration? They ask for help. And when others ask for help, they are there. They listen, they respond. They do not have any cognitive distortions like we, spoke. So when you are at level 3, an excellent coordinator like that of a collaborative owl, now you're ready for level 4. What is level 4 and level 5 leadership? What did I say? Everyone? What is level 4 and level 5? See?
Good team player.
Absolutely. No, good team player is level 2. Level 4? See?
Ability
level 4 and level 5. At level
Inspiring
4,
others.
inspire others. Yes. And level 5, you have the ability to make a person grow from good to great. Let's say level 5, when you are a teacher. See what I'm trying to say here is level 4 and level 5. If a teacher is at this level, you are on your path to become a transformational leader. Are you with me? Because 1, you can inspire others, level 4. Level 5, you can inspire others to such an extent that you can make the person grow from good to great. If you're an HOD, you can make the department grow from good to great. If you are a, whatever be your positional, authority, you can make individuals, departments, organizations grow from good to great. All right. So now I wish to talk about what makes this possible. What makes this possible? Look at this. These are, I want you to focus on the, the words here. What is different about transformational leader? They lead by example. They lead by example. Yeah. I remember watching this TED talk. Okay. I forget the name, and if I, recollect, I'll share with you. It seems students know when they go to the library, what they're most interested in knowing? Not which books are there in the library. Instead, they want to learn from the librarian, how many books did my teacher take from the library this year? Can you believe that? Imagine a student realizes, oh my God, for one class, my teacher has taken 5 textbooks. Now, won't the person want to listen to you? Or let's say the student realizes that one textbook my teacher asking me to read, that's the only textbook that this teacher has taken from the library. Now, why should I listen to the teacher? I'll read this book and be done with. Are you understanding? But the same student realizes the teacher has taken 20 books the last 2 months. Now the student is like, when my teacher says read more, oh, she's not just telling it, she's already done it. Are you with me? So you see, when you are a transformational leader, you inspire others not by asking them, telling them something. You inspire others because of the way you've conducted yourself. I mostly tell this to parents, and I think it's equally applicable to, teachers. Listen to this. I say, do not worry. In that context, I'm telling it about children. I tell parents, do not worry, children are not listening from you, but you must worry because they're constantly observing you. Are you with me? What did I say? Do not worry, the children are not listening from you. That's what most parents tell, right? You don't listen to me, you don't listen to me. Don't worry, they learn not much by listening to us. They learn a lot because they're observing us. Recently in one of, the colleges, I was conducting a workshop on bullying. Mukta Foundation, the organization that I run, we focus a lot on abuse and violence prevention, bullying. Students telling, ma'am, you're coming and talking to us about not fighting. We know about the internal politics of the department. Can you believe? We think they don't know what's happening between colleagues. They are observant. We are telling, hey, stop fighting. And they are like, oh, show me how not to fight. I've seen it all. Yeah. So therefore, let's remember, ideal influence means leading by example, not by telling them, but they are observing us. So look at what is that we have in hand. Now, the second one is intellectual stimulation. I'll talk about this, in quite some time. Intellectual stimulation is, are we giving them cognitive gym? And then you look at this individualized consideration. For you to be a transformational leader, for me to be a transformational leader, I need to have an individual plan for all my students. And then there is also inspiring our students to go new heights. A best teacher is somebody who has made their students go from good to great, right? Now, I'm going to share with you 3 slides. That's all, and I know what's the time. Oh my God, it's already 6 o'clock. Can you give me 4 minutes? Would that be okay, everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I took more time than what's allotted. Let me share with you 3 ideas. I always say, as a teacher, look at this picture. What do you think I'm trying to say by this picture? What am I trying to say? I'm not saying this is a better profession, Iron Man, not Iron Man, women.
And the same, but that matters where it, what is the cloth material that depends.
Absolutely. You see this? A teacher must be like this iron box, right? The same temperature that you keep for woolen clothes. If you keep it for a silk cloth, what would happen? It will get burnt, yes or no? Now, the less temperature for the silk material, if you keep it on the woolen cloth, will it be enough for us to iron? So, a transformational leader, teacher as a transformational leader is somebody who tries to understand the individual profiles of our students. Does not matter how many, 60, 100. I know there are practical challenges, but what sets aside every other teacher from a teacher as a transformational leader is there will be an individual game plan. Can you make efforts? It's not easy. But when you put in that efforts, you can become a level 4, level 5 teacher. Yeah. Somebody who knows that if I spend 10 minutes extra with the student, I can inspire. Look at this picture. I find this very powerful. Look at this. Look at the first picture, everyone. There are some teachers who say, I treat everybody equally. But then they are not equal. They're coming with different set of challenges. Imagine a student who doesn't, I grew up in a household where nobody spoke English. You know, if not for a couple of the teachers who gave me the voice, I would have never spoken. Imagine somebody spent a little bit extra time, yes or no? Are you looking at the first picture? The first picture is, see those, what do you say? The blocks that you see is like, okay, let's say the effort of the teacher. See this one. If the teacher gives the same type of treatment to all, for this student, it's easy. This student can somehow manage. But what about this fellow? Are you understanding? Isn't it? The teacher is giving equal treatment. You see this box? That's the teacher's treatment. This fellow does not need any treatment. He can do independent work. This fellow can somehow manage, but what about this student? He requires additional support, right? Now look at the second picture. The second picture is where there is individual consideration. Here the teacher has understood the first student can do with minimum effort from my side. The second student can also manage, whereas the third student, you see, the teacher has put 2 extra tables or whatever. That means the plan is customized. Yes or no? Are you understanding? Just think about it. Yes, we need to have an equal attitude towards all students, irrespective of their background. Yes or no? Let's have equal respect, equal concern. But if we say my strategies are going to be equal, somebody is going to suffer, because not all students come in the same shape and form. Now, another practical example of how you can become a transformational leader is by understanding that, look at this picture. Oh, don't worry, we've learned. Look at this. There are 4 types of learning style. Maybe this is the last thing I'll speak. There are 4 types of learning style: visual, auditory, read, write, kinesthetic. Unfortunately, our education system focuses a lot on what? We're going on speaking. What does that mean? Auditory, isn't it? Now, depending on who you are, I can either be a visual learner, I could be an auditory learner, read, write, or kinesthetic. But in a mass education system like ours, it's difficult to say that, okay, for 3 students, I'll be a visual teacher. Difficult. So instead, can each chapter that you take, can it be a combination of all these 4 so that each student is benefiting somehow? My request to all of you is, I would suggest you take WARC. This is called a WARC test. It's available freely online. My request to you, go give this test to all your students. It may take about a half an hour, but then they will learn what's their learning style. Imagine I am an auditory learner, but my methods of learning is all visual. I won't benefit. I'll get demotivated because I can't remember anything. Let's say I'm a read-write learner. Without knowing, I'm only listening from a teacher and thinking I remember. I won't remember. So let's say when I took the test, I realized I'm a kinesthetic learner. But all my life, I thought I was a read-write. Memory concerns I'll have, right? So therefore, if you're a visual learner, you learn things in graphical form. If you're a visual learner, you learn things in a graphical form. So if you're a visual learner, maybe you will remember the pictures I have shown you. If you're a visual learner, you won't remember much what I said, but you remember that iron box with 3 different types of clothing material. That picture will have an impact on you. But if you're an auditory learner, you will forget what I've shown you on the PPT. Instead, you're going to only remember what I have spoken. Are you with me? But if you're a read-write, you are like, what I showed you, what I spoken does not matter. As you listened, you had to write it down. Or you will ask me, ma'am, will you be sending me reading materials later after this workshop? If you're a read-write learner, you will ask me that. But if you're a kinesthetic learner, you won't remember much of what I've spoken, but you will remember the examples that I've given. You will remember when I've spoken, what memories it triggered in you. Are you understanding? Now, you've not taken the test, but can you put it on the chat mode? What do you think your learning style is? It could also be a combination. You could be a VA, you could be a AR, you could be only K, you can be only V. What do you think your learning style is? Put it on the chat mode. Guys, put it on the chat mode. Combination, possible, but which combination? Okay, Swati ma'am is read-write, Shruti ma'am is AV. Yeah, Debakriti Pal sir, yes sir. Debakriti sir, you've raised your hand. Okay. So you're on mute, you're on mute. You're on mute. Okay, very interesting. Debakriti sir, you want to speak something? Not able to hear you.
Yes, ma'am. It is the combination of all actually, but I primarily rely on auditory and visual.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thanks for sharing it out loud. You know, others, you put it on the chat mode. Do you see how you as faculty members, if 10 of you have shared, 10 of you don't have the same. Can you see on the chat mode, everyone? 10 of them have shared, not 10 of you have the same combination, but our teaching style has been the same for everyone. Do you see the logic and the tragedy of the situation sometimes? Sometimes when we are only speaking, it's only benefiting the auditory learners. They have won a jackpot. But when we are only PPT only, but if it's a combination of all the 4, I'm not telling plan it exclusively, gather all visual learners, gather all auditory learners. It's not humanly possible in the education system that we are part of. Yeah. In other countries, you know, for all you know, they gather, at least I know Finland, places like Finland, Denmark are making such efforts. Whereas our education system is not like that because we're dealing with huge numbers. So I'm not saying gather everyone, cluster it, and then communicate. Instead, whatever you communicate, can it be a combination of all the 4? Somebody has asked, what is the assessment? You have to type WARC, V-A-R-K, abbreviation, WARC assessment. It's available freely. And every time I've made my students take it, see, right now I run this foundation where the first 5 to 7 years of my life, I was in academics. it makes a huge difference. For somebody, a visual learner, let them watch a YouTube video and learn about a topic. No, they will learn brilliantly. Yeah. For somebody, a read write, your videos won't work. They need their notes, they need reading materials, but let them learn, and that will make a world of difference. All right. So now what I've spoken so far is for you to be a level 4 leader, which is inspiring others, or level 5 leader, wherein you take the person from good to great. Let us have individual plan, because every life matters. Would that be okay, everyone? Yeah, I've spoken from level 1 to level 5 in as I hope, succinct a manner, but I hope you've learned something new. Last, I just want to show you this picture. Take a screenshot maybe. This is coming from Maxwell level of leadership. See, it's my mission in life that we consider ourselves, teachers, as leaders, because we are. Look at this. These are levels of leadership. Last one, I promise. Trust me, the last one is a thank you slide, so you know it. All right. Look at level 1. See, at level 1, right, people respect you because they have to respect you. You see the word position. At level 1, they respect us because we are their teachers. All teachers must be respected. That's why they respect us, because they have to. Okay. At level 2, they respect us because they want to. Maybe we've helped them. Maybe they know that, this teacher I must respect because it's good. Now, level 3, they respect us because of what we've done for the organization or the department. A student or a colleague may say, I request you to mute. Okay. A student, a colleague, or somebody might say, oh, let's respect this person because they've done a lot. They've been in the department a lot. They've contributed a lot. Whereas at the 4th level, they respect us because of what we've done for them. They might be like, this person has made me grow. This person has inspired me. So I'm going to respect them. But can you see what's at level 5? At level 5, people follow us or respect us because of what you are and what you represent. Something like, okay, the moment a person's name comes, they're like, oh my God, this teacher is an epitome of integrity. This person is an epitome of humility. This person is an epitome of what it means to be passionate for this field. This person I must respect because of the commitment they have for, this particular field. Law, psychology, English, commerce, does not matter. You see, at level 5, they respect us because of who we are and what we represent. So my request to all of you is, can you identify 5 values that you would like to live and die for? 5 values. And when we've led our lives committing ourselves to these 5 values, then the respect and the followers we command, it's not because of our positional authority. It's not because of what we've done. Instead, it is because of who you are and what values you represent. So I wish all of you level 5 leadership, both in Jim Collins' model. You remember Jim Collins' model? The first pyramid, wherein I wish you all, may you take your students, or to begin with, our own lives from good to great. And now the last pyramid that I'm showing you is coming from Maxwell. May you command such degree of respect, not because of our positional authorities, not because of our age, instead, maybe because of who we are and what we have committed our lives to. Yeah. So I wish you all the best. And I know evening sessions are never very easy to attend. Despite that, all of you, it's been the love in today, I heard. And the last session for the day. Thank you so much for your patience. And if you have any questions Or maybe the only question is, ma'am, when will you leave us? Because you've already taken more time than what was allotted. I'll leave now. But if you have any questions, I'll be very happy to take it. Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Such a wonderful and informative session. Ma'am, I can see so many like compliments for you in the chat box. Yeah, ma'am. So with this, we have come to the end of the program, and then at the end of the program, I would like to express my gratitude to the ma'am for such a wonderful session. Thank you so much for sharing such wonderful thoughts with us, and I really can't wait to listen to your thoughts again, ma'am. And I would also like to appreciate all the participants for their active participation and wish you all the best for your coming session as well. Thank you from my side as well.
And I'm so happy to see all of you turning on the videos. You know,
Yes.
at least towards the end of the session, I'm getting a glimpse of all of you. Thank you so much. My pleasure. You know, lovely to see you all. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay longer. You know, Angmula ma'am, it's not me, it's them. They're turning on their videos now. I just want to thanks everybody. And, you know, I'm here at Bangalore. They're coming from so many different states. Whenever you're in Bangalore, you know, I hope to meet you all in, you know, person. So thanks everyone, and more power to all of you. Yeah. And I wish that each one of you will be the transformational leaders that I'm sure all of you are meant to be. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, can I ask a question, like, or shall I ask it afterwards, ma'am?
Please,
You
please
first.
ask if Angmula ma'am, you're okay?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm totally okay.
Yeah, Bilgi ma'am has a
Just
question.
hardly 2 minutes. I just want an answer. I'm not able to find it out myself. Like, what is the meaning? Like, you know, when a person, as a teacher, I always have these so many thoughts. It's like your mind is racing so fastly. But when it comes to execution of that, I do it to a certain extent, and then I don't know what happens. Where I either lose it, or I'm preoccupied, or I get occupied with something else, which takes up my priority.
Okay.
Can I, you know, totally put myself under procrastination? Or I'm a procrastinated individual, or you want to say that I am an indecisive individual? Because that is affecting the way in which I'm handling my own thesis, ma'am. Literally.
Yeah. Okay, so you're also pursuing your PhD, I see, you know, research work. So that combination is something, right? Being a faculty and simultaneously being a PhD scholar. You know, I've recently completed my PhD after years, so I know the struggle is real. But as a psychologist, you know, what I would suggest is, may you have what is known as a habit tracker. You know, and I wouldn't call you indecisive or indisciplined, because you remember, what did I say? Those labels are not going to be helpful. That's why I said labeling is a cognitive distortion. Let's not label ourselves, because you could be neither. On certain days, you come across indecisive, but that does not make you an indecisive person. So instead, something that has worked for me, I'm going to give you headings, ma'am, with the hope that you would read up on it.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one, I want you to read up on prioritization grid. You type it and you will get it. Prioritization grid. I'm also typing it. It's also known as Eisenhower grid. Okay. This will help you in prioritize. Eisenhower is actually the past, you know, the president of USA. It seems he is somebody who's come up with this particular grid. Read up on Eisenhower's grid. The other one is, you know, I want you to also read up on, what is this called? You know, one is the to-do list, okay? The other one is the to-be list. What is this? See, we all do to-do lists. No, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do everything. But when was the last time we also made a to-be list? For example, you know, every day maybe I'll get 10 things done. But while I was getting those 10 things done, what was my mindset? Imagine you say, I want to read one article. That is your to-do. But while you're reading, what should be your mindset? I want to be calm. I want to be focused. Make a list on the paper. Yeah, make a list on the paper. Okay. And also we are human beings, right? We are making to-do list as if what's our human? Are we beings or are we human doings? Na? You see, action, 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 action. To do is fine, but as you're getting things done, what should be your mindset? And I would strongly recommend read up on Pomodoro technique. I'll tell you, because you said as you're also a research scholar, I have written my entire thesis of some 408 pages or something. I worked on, women who, burn themselves, and Jagran Lake University is hosting, the dean of, I think, the liberal arts, Professor Shailja Shastri ma'am was my PhD guide. When I pursued it from a university, the entire thesis I have written using Pomodoro technique. Yeah, I'm not speaking about it because I also want you to take it up as your homework. Pomodoro technique works. I've put it on the chat mode. Pomodoro. It's a simple technique with a very fancy name. Yeah, it's a very simple technique, but like I said, it's a fancy name of Pomodoro. It has a certain vibe to it. Read up on it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would say these three are likely to put you on a track where you will get done whatever you plan to get done. Yeah, but also let's, be honest, ma'am, the struggle of being a full-time faculty and a full-time researcher, and it's a full-time personal life. Yes or no? None of our personal responsibilities are taking a backseat. May you also be gentle on yourself. May you be gentle on yourself, but it's possible to balance it. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Bilki ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And Meenakshi ma'am is saying we all thank the question raiser, ma'am. That's such a cute word. So the question raiser ma'am's name is VS Bilgi ma'am. So thank you so much for that.
But you can call me Vaishali ma'am. Actually, I had to rename myself, but it is taken long back from the online series, ma'am. It is coming as VSB. I have to rename myself as Vaishali. Let me come down to the name.
So it's Vaishali ma'am. Great. Thanks for that question, ma'am. Any other question? All right.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session indeed. We really enjoyed it. We learned a lot.
Thanks, you, ma'am. And you were very participative in the chat mode. Dr. V.V. Meenakshi ma'am was very participative. Good. And so were so many of you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Mudil, I would like also say the same thing. It's a very informative and very interactive, good interaction. And we learned so many things. And sometimes we can connect with the students, sometimes we can connect with the family as well.
Yeah, you can.
Some examples I can connect with my family. I am using some kind of birds with my son. And now I realize that is very not appropriate. We can't use that.
Sure.
So that is the very eye-opening session actually. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So that's what, when I'm talking about teachers as transformational leader, you could be a spouse, you could be a parent, and parents are leaders, right? We're leading, 2 or 3 lives in a manner like nobody else can lead. Yeah. Leader means what? Somebody who influences. And as a parent, aren't you influencing? As the head of the family, aren't you influencing? Being a spouse, are you not influencing the other, the person? So I think whoever you are, and teachers is one role, right? Yeah, but leadership, it's a role that's applicable to our personal and professional life. Wherever you are, look at the topmost, level 4. Are you inspiring your spouse? Are you inspiring your parents? Are you inspiring your children? And are you inspiring your students? And what is level 5? Are you inspiring them so well that they can turn from good to great? We can do that with everyone around us, right? Including ourselves. Yeah, that's my wish to all of you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, I would like to express my gratitude and thankfulness to ma'am and all of the participants for their active participation. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
How